From adulthood to babyhood. So I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Hallie. I'm 5 feet 6 inches, which makes me kinda small for my age, which is only 21. Now, ever since I was little, I've been terribly shy of human contact due to bullying. So this all leads to a day I will never forget as long as I live, as it was possibly the most humiliating thing of my life. One Saturday morning where I awake in my bed as normal. That was till I am invited to a friend's party. She assures me that it would just be a small gathering of friends for a sleepover. I honestly have no idea why I believed her, but for some reason I now am very excited for the party. So much so I now go shopping for a new dress with my lifelong friend Sally. We met at the age of 5 and instantly became friends. Because of my shyness, I picked out the dress I wanted. It was a beautiful short red dress which, from what Sally said, really makes me look amazing. So I picked it and Sally brought it with the money I gave her. Once the dress was brought, we traveled back to my apartment where I got ready for what would be a life-changing event. The clock clicked onto 5 p.m. I rushed out of the 2-room apartment, forgetting that I was just about to go to the bathroom, but was into much of a frenzy to remember. That would be the beginning of my downfall. An hour passes and I finally reach the party. I should mention that the person who was driving me is a horrible driver and cannot read a map very well, which is why it took an hour. I step out of the car and instantly hear music bursting from my friend's house. Putting that aside, I walk to the front door and knock. Honestly, I'm surprised someone even heard me over the music. The door opens, which shows the friend that invited me, Lauren Williams. She has a shocked expression as if he's surprised to see me. I'm sorry, Hallie, but the only reason I invited you to the party was because I wanted to be nice but thought you wouldn't come. As the words came out of Lauren, I felt betrayed but mainly ashamed that I'm that unlike that they would invite me but not want me to come. A rush of anger flows through my body which causes me to turn and storm off towards what should have been the car I came in. Hut was instead a black spot. They left me. Well, I did say don't worry, they are expecting me. I guess they thought it was okay to leave, came across my mind. I look over my shoulder to see the door, which now is almost closed. Still angry, I start to walk home, still busting for the toilet. The pressure to pee was that much that it was starting to hurt. The cold wind brushes against my skin, sending chills down my back. After walking for almost 2 hours and struggling to stop myself from peeing my panties. The pressure was that much I didn't notice the group of rough ladies that have a lot of tattoos who were now just behind me to the left. Look at the little princess, maybe she is lost, girls. Being the kind citizens that we are, we should help her, is what I hear from one of the ladies. The words echo through my head, causing me to freeze. The fear is that much the pressure in my bladder realizes without warning. Shocked, I look down to see a puddle forming around my feet. Unfortunately for me, the group of ladies who were making their way to me also noticed the puddle and began to laugh. She isn't a princess but a whittle baby, can be heard coming from the leader of the group. They surround me in a circle and begin to degrade my self-confidence by calling me a baby, panty wetter, and even a big baby girl. Tears rolling down my face, I fall onto the path, causing the bottom of my dress to get wet. What would come next still shakes me to this day. I think we should put the whittle baby in diapers instead of big girl underwear. One of the ladies starts to smile as she walks into a nearby house. She is gone for almost 10 minutes before walking out with someone white in her right hand. Now humiliated and defeated, I do not even attempt to fight being diapered with what feels like a very thick and large diaper that has Barbie on the front of it. They pull me to my feet but then begin to shake their heads in disagreement. The leader says, "We can't have her walking about in a wet dress. Daisy, go get a nice little baby shirt for our whittle baby." The girl, now known as Daisy, rushes off down the road and is gone for seems like a lifetime. While she is gone, the group takes off my dress, leaving me in just a diaper. I can't believe that I'm now standing on a footpath wearing just a diaper, which allows anyone who walks past to see me like this. To my pleasure, I see Daisy running back to the leader, handing her a Dora the Explorer t-shirt. I excitedly, as if it was the best thing in the world, put the shirt one covering what was my D-cup breasts. Confused, I ask, where is the pants? This causes a laughter within the group, causing a flash of reality. They're going to make me walk home like this. They bid me a goodbye and push me alone my way. My diaper exposed, I slowly make my way the 2 blocks to my apartment. Once reaching my destination, to my horror I see Lauren, who came to apologize for her action but instead see me wearing only a t-shirt and diaper, which after the 2 blocks is now very wet and messy. She just looks at me and laughs. No longer am I a 21-year-old adult who is in charge of a working bladder and bowel control, but instead I am now just a 21-year-old baby who cannot even tell when I am wetting or even messing myself. I also don't live in my own apartment but instead live with my new mummy Lauren. I hope you enjoyed my story. The Karen, Alice and Karen Ann twins awoke wearing identical baby doll Barbie nighties that were hot pink. However, Karen Ann's was 2 inches shorter. And as they awoke they saw the sun rise, and then their mother walked in. She said, "Wake up, you sleepy heads. Go wash up and take a bath." Karen Alice, you help Karen Ann. She said she feels a little out of it. But she said she was not sick and she has no fever. Their mother was a doctor, an obgyn and surgeon, so she knew why Karen Ann did not feel like going to school. It was the first day of the new term and a new school. They had moved, and their mother did not like the local public school, so she sent them to an all-girls school. But they had to wear uniforms. Karen Ann was not too happy about this, but she knew she could not say anything. The summer was a disaster when she misbehaved, so this was going to be the rest of her life. Her mother gave Karen Ann her special orange juice to drink and she drank it, now, without saying a word. She looked so much like Karen Alice that her mother said, "You are going to grow up to be a knockout like your sister, and turn all the boys' heads." Karen Ann ate her special breakfast while Karen Alice had a regular breakfast. Their mother said, "Come right home after school, we have to go shopping for more school uniforms and underwear. So Karen Ann, you stay with Karen Alice and play with her friends nicely, and I want good reports from your teachers or you know what will happen." Her husband, who she loved very much, was a writer who finally made it, died at 68, 10 years after they married. She had the twins 2 years after they married. He once said to her, "If I could carry them I would, but I cannot, but if you teach me, I promise I will do all the diaper changes unless I am sick. I can work at home since I am a writer." She missed him a lot. It was last summer that he died, and Karen Ann loved her father, which is why she misbehaved. Their mother tried everything, so this was the only answer. Her husband had never argued, and eventually let her take care of the finances, since she was used to doing it. She had been 20 years his junior, but had the same taste in almost everything, especially politics and discipline. She looked, but could not find anyone as open to a lot of her ideas as her husband had been. One day after his death last summer, Karen Ann started hanging out with a bad crowd. Her mother tried everything, but nothing worked. If you have not guessed by now, they were not exactly identical twins. Karen Ann used to be Kevin Andrew, or Kevin Andy for short. So what happened? Well, Kevin, who used to be his mother and father's good boy, started hanging out with the bad boys after school ended for the year. He had just turned 8 on June 3rd and started fighting. He kept picking on boys that were smaller than he was, and girls too. He started to steal and break people's property. His mother tried everything. He was grounded, his video games were taken away from him, and, when he got them back, she replaced them with girl games, but he would not play them. It just made him harder to handle. He was kept out of Little League and was not allowed to see those friends anymore. She still thought she could handle him as a boy, reading to him about petticoat punishment, both real and fictional. It is not that she disagreed with the method, she didn't, and both she and her late husband just thought of it as a last resort. So when was the last resort? After his grounding ended and the children were sent to a co-ed sleepaway for the first time, Kevin Andy attacked a girl a year younger than he was and pushed her face in the dirt, and the counselors, both male and female, could not handle him. His mother was called up, lucky she was on vacation too. When she got there, the camp owners and 4 counselors, 2 female and 2 male, told of his behavior. We understand his father died, but we have no way of controlling him, and we do not want to spank him or hurt him in any way, even though you gave us permission to do it. We have an idea, we saw it on the internet, we will let the female counselors tell you about it. We know you are a doctor, we would pay you for the summer, double your standard fee, if you stay here. So the males left and the husband of the owner left, too. Kevin, Andy and the women stayed. We found this website on petticoat punishment for unruly boys. I know about it, but I always thought it as a last resort, as did my late husband. We never thought we would have to do it to Kevin. He was a good boy and his behavior bordered on girlish. He even let his twin sister dress him up a couple of times and never complained. But when his father died, I could not handle it. I took him to counselors, both male and female, my colleagues, but they both said he would not outgrow this, he just looked at it as his father deserting him. You have to do something drastic. We will not medicate him, you know that. We do not believe in it, that is why you took him to us. So they told me about doing this and I knew about this, but rejected it. I took him shopping for new video games and told him no violent video games, just baseball or a racing game without any crashes. So he said, "Thank you, Mommy." I almost heard his old self come back, but it was short-lived. He, like his sister, is a genius, his IQ is extremely high, so he found a way to reprogram the racing video game to make it crash. Then he started to beat up kids again, and I had to ground him and take his new games away. Then camp was coming up, I thought the outdoors and the horseback riding would calm him down. I am sorry, this is a last resort. So one of the female counselors got one of the girls' camp uniforms and told him to put it on. He said no. His mother said, "I have tried everything with you and nothing worked, so from now on you will answer to the name Karen Ann. Is that understood, young lady? And you will start to think of yourself as a girl from now on, and you will listen to your sister, Karen Alice, and other girls and your new counselor, Debbie. If you are bad, you will be spanked, and in front of all the girls, at night before you go to sleep. I know right now you think I do not love you, sweetie, but I do, my little darling girl. You will be on a special diet for the rest of the camp, and before school starts there will be certain things reorganized. You know Mommy is a doctor, a ladies' doctor. 1. You will be on female hormone therapy appropriate for your age and, before we go home, you will go to the local hospital here where Mommy works sometimes. I made an appointment and told them, for the first time, I want an all-female staff, a very pretty one. You will physically become a girl too, you know we moved. Well, you will go to the same school as Karen Alice, an all-girls school. 2. Called and made the arrangements. The only thing I do not like is you have to wear uniforms, a jumper and Mary Jane's, any color. Most of your shoes shall be pink with some white, and 1 pair black. I am buying you girls' underwear, you and your sister are exactly the same size. I will pick you up some baby dolls and nighties just like your sisters. You both will wear the same things, she will pick out an outfit and you will wear the same thing. Understand? And when the hormones kick in you will feel more like a girl. Now go to your sister's bunkhouse, Debbie is her counselor, she will be in charge of you as all the girls will. He was beside himself. His hair was blonde and long and it was easy to make a girl hairstyle and put his hair in pigtails with a pink ribbon on each one and a big pink bow on the top of his head. He said nothing and he just knew the look from his mother, and knew when she looked like that you did not argue, you just obeyed. He remembered Daddy only once got that look from her and he just said, "Anything you want, dear." He did not argue and never did anything to get that look again. Now he was Karen Ann, no argument and no more acting out. I had to be the best behaved girl in camp. Now he went to the other side Debbie had just walked into. She said, "This is Karen Ann, Karen Alice's twin sister." They all knew it was Kevin Andy and that he was being punished, but the girls did not tease him, which was strange. they sort of felt sorry for him. Instead, they treated him like one of the girls. It was late, 10:30 p.m., so they went to sleep. They should have gone to bed long ago. Karen Ann slept on the top bunk, over her sister. Tomorrow her hormone therapy would start. Karen Ann starts on the road to girlhood. When they awoke for breakfast, they took a shower and dressed, her mother bringing him, the same exact camp clothes as Karen Alice. Today was horseback riding day. All the girls put on denim skirts that went down to their knees and a hot pink Western girl's blouse, with a cowboy-style camp hat in hot pink, and cowgirl boots with pink throughout. However, Karen Ann's skirt was 3 inches above her knee. He went to breakfast, where he saw his mother, who gave him the first dose of special orange juice and said, "Drink it, Karen Ann." He looked intensely at his mother and was going to say no, which would have been a big mistake. Then that stern but kind look came to his mother's face and he said, "Yes, Mommy, thank you, Mommy," and drank the orange juice and ate the breakfast and said nothing and did not misbehave at all. That day, they went on a camp-out trail ride. His mother went, too, and took along the orange juice and her breakfast and other meals for the 2 days. She traveled by van, which had a small stove and microwave oven in it. Karen Ann remembered what it was like before his father died, but inside, he could not dismiss the thought that he had deserted him by dying. However, he knew that, even if his father were alive and he did this, the same thing would have happened. No, this never happened to his father when he was young because his father never gave his mother cause to do it. Karen Ann just knew his life was going to be different and knew his boyhood was going to disappear. He knew, but did not understand yet, that his mother was the first surgeon that could start the growth of female organs in males and make them younger, so they could get their cycle, but he also knew he would grow into that, as he was only 8. The camp-out went great. Karen Ann started to enjoy herself and all the girls were kind to her. They treated him just like one of the girls and talked of girl things like fashion, boys, and the phoniness of Hollywood. They did not like the teen stars. All the girls there thought they were full of themselves and had no talent. Their parents showed them what talent was, and knew rap crap was not. The boys they talked about were ones from school, some bad who they did not like Karen Ann was when he was Kevin Andy. Kevin Andy had long blonde hair and blue eyes just like his sister. His mother never really cut his hair. So when she agreed to petticoat discipline and to use her new procedure on him, he already had the hair. Afterwards, during recuperation, there was a little pain. She was now all girl, but would have to take the hormones until she was 18, then her body would start to produce them naturally. Because of her mother's new technique in transformation surgery, a man could really become a woman, and even get pregnant. So as they went to their first day of school, no one knew that Karen Ann used to be Kevin Andrew. Thanks to her mother, there was no sign of her boyhood ever existing. It was the most successful transformation she had ever done and no other doctor could detect there even had been a transformation. She had used lasers, and had decided not to develop a procedure to reverse the process, seeing no reason for it. Karen Ann went to recess and lunch with the other girls, getting used to going to the bathroom and sitting down to pee. Her sister had to go with her at camp to make sure she sat down, but now she had to sit down, as she had no boyhood left. She still felt discomfort there, but her mother said that, by the end of the year, it would go away. Then there were tryouts for the 3rd grade swim team. They were still too young for cheerleading. So that Karens tried out and beat everyone there, tying each other. So they were number 1 on the team and co-captains. Later, they tried soccer, as well as field hockey, and they also won a place on those teams and made team captains. They were bored with their work, but mother would not let them skip ahead, as she had seen troubled social adjustment in kids who did. She wanted them to be well-adjusted and normal. Mother said, "I am proud of both of you, and Karen Ann, you got a great report for the first day of school. You can pick your own outfit out, even though I will shorten it, and you each can have a new doll and doll house of your own choosing." Karen Ann smiled a real girlish smile. She was starting to enjoy being a real girl. Chapter 3, Karen Ann accepts her sex. There was a computer-aided dressmaking class in the school. Mother thought it would be a good idea for both of them to sign up for it, so they did. It did mean staying a little later after school got out, but that was okay. Karen Ann could take another orange juice with her, and Karen, Alice would make sure she drank it. They both did great in class and designed party dresses, in hot pink with 10 petticoats underneath so it would flare heavily at the skirt. When they got home their mother asked, "Did Karen Ann drink her orange juice? And can I see your designs?" So Karen Alice said, yes she did, and did not complain. She said she now accepts her sex, and will be the best girl ever. And here are our designs. So Mother looked at the printout and said, "These are great. I see both of you got an on your designs, very good, girls. Are you going to actually make these dresses?" "Yes, the teacher said we can try, but we will have to work hard." "Excellent. I am so proud of both of you, and you, Karen Ann, I am so glad that you accept your girlhood now and know that there was no other way." "Yes, Mommy, I cannot even remember what it was like being a dumb boy, and I am really sorry for what I did as a boy and I will never do that as a girl, I promise. Please let me wear a regular length uniform, I have been good." "I know, but what did I say about that, Karen Ann? You said after camp next summer it will be 1 year, and if I behave, I can wear normal length from then on." "Okay then, if you behave, when we come home from camp, too we'll let all your dresses and skirts down, but if you misbehave you will go back to being a 3-year-old, and you can do it. Is that understood, Karen Ann?" "Yes, Mommy, I will behave, I promise." And throughout the school year they got A's in everything, even dressmaking, and they were best behaved girls in the school. Tilda. The next day was Saturday, and they were to visit their father's grave. Karen Ann knelt and said, "Daddy, I know it was not your idea to die and you loved us. I am sorry for acting out, and that I had to be changed, but it was necessary so I would be good. I could not be a good boy, but now I am a good girl and I will be like Mommy. I love you, Daddy." Karen Alice says, "I miss you too, and I cried all day when you died, but I knew I should not misbehave because of it, like Kevin Andy did, now my great twin sister Karen Ann. We both miss and loved you, Daddy, and will never misbehave again. Karen Ann and I are the best behaved girls in school and we were the best in camp last summer after you died. Please do not be mad at Mommy, she tried everything but nothing worked. This was the only way, sorry Daddy, but now I have an identical twin sister and we share everything. Then Mommy, darling, it has been hard and we go on, we wish you were here so none of this happened, we all miss you. I tried with Kevin. I grounded him, took away his video games and, like you said, gave him girl games, it just made things worse. Then for a while he behaved, but that was short-lived, he preyed on the weak and started to steal, but I still resisted. Then camp time came, and the first week he attacked a girl a year younger than he was and pushed her face in the dirt, that was the last straw. I know he did it before, but this was too much. I had to do something drastic, and I used my procedure on him and did the best work I ever did. No one will ever be able to tell she was not born a girl, and her organs will develop as a normal girl's would. And she will be able to give birth when she grows up. I know you were proud of your son in the Cub Scouts, but now she is doing just as well in the Girl Scouts. She and her sister are brownies, and they look so cute in their uniforms. You agreed if he ever got out of line, that this had to be done if we tried everything else. Well, I did, counseling and talking, but nothing else worked. Dear, we miss you. We have to go now, but we will be back in a month. They then went to lunch and had hot dogs and Karen Ann had her special formula in her soda as a treat, instead of her orange juice. She had been so good her mother thought she deserved a regular hot dog and fries. Karen Alice and Karen Ann cried, really missing their father, but time would heal. But they would not forget what little they remembered of him, a good man whose life was ruined by lying pigs, until he met Mommy, who saved him, helping him get published. No one ever could understand why he died, the doctors just put down exhaustion, and could not find another cause, there was no heart attack, no cancer, and no tumor in the brain or anywhere else. He was just tired and could not go on. He tried because of love, but just fell dead. After lunch, they went home and changed into their pink play jumpers and fussed with their dolls. They are well behaved just like little girls and boys should be. They are truly identical twins now. As Mother looked at them, even she had difficulty telling them apart. Karen Ann now looks identical to Karen Alice, and she tells them, "If you ever try to fool me, there will be a punishment." Karen Ann needs her medication. I want you to know it is not a joke. I did such a great job with her, and the medication is working consistently now. I could not tell you two apart if it weren't for the length of your clothes and, as I said, it is not a joke. Karen Ann needs her medication. Karen Ann, wearing her Barbie baby doll 2 inches shorter, said, "Mommy, we will not do that. That would mean we are bad, and we do not want to be bad, and I do not want to start back as a 1-year-old. I know, I am sorry girls, I just can't tell you apart otherwise. You both have the same IQ and abilities, and you both are the same height and have the same beautiful blue eyes." "But you told us to be good," said Karen Alice. "Yes, I know, but you could think it might be a joke to play on me." They both say, "No, Mommy." They go out to play with their dolls and doll house. Karen is now sure she made the right decision to make Kevin Andrew into Karen Ann. She really never thought she would have to do this, but he was heading towards juvenile hall with all the pigs on both sides. Now they are both Mommy's little girls, who will grow up and become like Mommy. They had never played any tricks of identity, but Karen Ann was outgrowing her medication and her body was starting to produce female hormones by itself. Karen Ann still cried every day for Mommy's lost husband and knew her punishment could have been harsher, but after camp that year and the girls again winning the Best Behavior Award, Mommy took down the hems on Karen Ann's clothes, but never let either of them wear pants. To this day, though, they are married to twins, Ken, and guess what? Karen Ann's husband is named, that is right, Kevin. They are doctors like their mommy and their husbands are psychiatrists, but never prescribe medications. They know about Karen Ann but also know she is all girl and that is how she grew up and that she can get pregnant and give birth. As a matter of fact, both sisters did give birth at the same time to twins, that is right, each one girl and one boy. They hope their boys behave or they will resurrect the story of Karen Ann. Lisa's thesis. My name is Mark, I am 18 years old, and was a history major in college specializing in Victorian history. That is until I met a girl named Lisa who was studying for her PhD in psychology. It was a typical day in the early fall. Was still very warm and I had come out to the commons to sit and bask in the noon sun while I read one of the books I had discovered in the library. I was really fascinated with the Victorian-style clothes I was seeing. The unique thing about it was these were young boys all dressed in female clothing. I couldn't tell from the pictures I saw that these individuals were not female. Deep inside, I had a secret fantasy of dressing this way and the pictures really turned me on. I didn't notice at first, but an extremely beautiful young woman had come and sat on the bench across from me. The first thing I noticed was her unique and delicate perfume. It had a most intoxicating aroma and filled me with erotic excitement. I couldn't believe how much her perfume alone had aroused me. I looked up to see who it was, and was greeted with a most beautiful vision of female perfection I had seen. A small gust of wind came and blew several of her papers along the bench she was sitting on. As she scrambled to get them, I got a most beautiful glimpse up her dress and saw she was wearing a pair of soft pink romper panties. I just had to meet this girl. One of the papers she was chasing had by chance come to rest at me feet. This was the perfect opportunity. I grabbed the page before the breeze could carry it away. I walked up to her and said, "Are you missing this?" She gasps and turns around suddenly. She quickly sits on the bench and pulls the hem of her dress down. She blushes. She had on a most adorable short pink sundress with puffy sleeves and delicate lace. She also had her hair tied in 2 ponytails. I couldn't believe how adorable she looked. I introduced myself. My name is Mark. One of your papers flew across the way and I managed to get it before it got lost. She looks at me bewildered for a second and then smiles. She says softly in a very sweet, delicate voice, "Thank you very much. That's part of my report due today in English Lit. Would have been terrible to tell my professor that the wind got it." We both laugh. I ask, "What's your name?" "My name's Mark and I'm trying my best to major in Victorian history." She giggles softly and replies, "My name's Lisa. I'm studying psychology and am trying my best to get a PhD in psychiatry. I am to the point where I have to do research and collect physical data to defend my thesis. I have, so far, been unable to find anyone willing to be the test subject." I sit on the bench beside her and help her sort the disheveled pages. Her perfume is soft and delicate, but its effect on me is incredible. I ask, "What kind of research are you doing?" It's possible I might be able to get someone to volunteer if I knew more about it. She giggles again and says, "I'm doing my thesis on regression therapy and the curative effects it has on many psychological issues like schizophrenia or bipolar disorder." I had never heard of regression therapy before and was curious. I ask, "What, pray tell, is regression therapy?" She looks at me with her bright green eyes and says, "It's where an adult is taken and reduced to an infantile state. The subject would be treated as a baby in all aspects until the psyche of the individual takes on the desired characteristics. Once this state is achieved, we simply retrain the individual back into the desired adult state." I know the expression on my face was classic. I saw her smile. I began to shake my head. I say, "I see why you can't find volunteers. I doubt very seriously if anyone would voluntarily take part in that study." She drops her head as she put the newly arranged report into her book bag. She sighs and says, "So far, I tend to agree with you. But, I feel somewhere on campus there's an individual who would love nothing more than to be in diapers and dressed as a little baby. I just know it." I could feel an excitement about this prospect in me. Only thing was, I didn't want that with this girl. What I wanted had absolutely nothing to do with babies, except for maybe the end result. She looks back up and asks cheerily, "What's that book you have been staring at so intently?" She points to the book on Victorian children's clothes I had in my hand. I smile and open the book to the page with the teenaged boys dressed in baby girls' clothes. I show her the page. I ask, "What do you see wrong with this picture?" She scoots over beside me. Oh man, this girl really turns me on. She takes the book by one edge and looks intently at the picture. It was a picture of what looked like a very young and very cute little baby girl. She was dressed in a very short baby dress with puffy sleeves and a ribbon tied around her waist. It had a Peter Pan collar with delicate lace all around the hem and sleeves. The dress was held out by a really stiff crinoline petticoat. Underneath, you could see the lacy pantaloons. She had ponytails, and the hair was curled into cute ringlets. She shakes her head and says, "All I see is a really cute little baby girl all dressed up." I laugh and reply, "It's not a little baby girl. It's a little boy of about 13. She gasps and looks closer at the picture in the book. Unless you read the page or the caption under the picture, there was no way to tell it was a 13-year-old boy. She looks back at me. There was a strange sparkle in her beautiful green eyes that made her even more attractive. She said with a laugh, "And I suppose you have absolutely no desire to dress that way?" Her question caught me by surprise. Yes, I did have a secret desire to be dressed that way. I know my expression gave me away in the split second before I got myself under control. I replied with a strange lilt to my voice I couldn't control at first. Why, no. Why would you say that?" She giggles sweetly and replies, "Oh, nothing. Just it's sorta odd to see this particular book." I recovered and replied quickly, "It's part of the history crap I'm studying." She says softly, I do like the clothes though. With a little modernizing, they would be really cute. I was really attracted to this girl and she seemed very friendly. I began to think up ways I might get her in the sack. It would be a whole lot of fun and I was more than horny now. An idea came to mind. I said, well, how would you like to come over to a party a friend of mine is having? She looked at me and asked, there's a party? I replied, sure. A really wild party where, you know, everyone all gets drunk, has a really good time. Besides, almost everyone on campus will be there and you may find a subject for you study. She said sweetly, I just might at that. Okay, you're on. When and where? I reply, 7 o'clock at number 51 Albatross Lane. Just as the bell rings, she giggles and says, okay, I'll meet you there 7 sharp. Bye, I have to go to class now. She stands gracefully and is gone. Her wonderful hypnotic perfume lingering in the air. I am really turned on. Many thoughts run through my mind on how I am going to have sex with Lisa. I remember the thing my friend gave me. Said to use it when I had to have a sure thing. What was the name of it? Oh yes, Rippenall. The party. I have on my sharpest party suit. I look like $1 million. My fingers keep playing with the small tube in my pocket. I know I'm going to have a lot of fun with Lisa tonight. I show up and park my car. Just as I'm almost to the front door, a baby blue Lotus Europa pulls into the parking area. The gull wing door pops open and out pops Lisa. She is amazingly dressed. She has on a soft powder blue halter top trimmed in lace. She has on a pair of boy short hot pants. She has her hair in ponytails tied with matching powder blue ribbons. She is a living doll. I know I am going to enjoy her tonight. She sees me and waves, then shuts the gull wing door. She runs up to me and takes me by the elbow. She says, I'm glad you invited me here with you. I don't think I know anybody and it'll be good to be here with someone. I say, you are gorgeous tonight. A real living doll. She giggles sweetly and leans against me. She gives me a very nice kiss on my lips. She says softly, thank you, Mark. You look very handsome yourself. I am extremely aroused and am very uncomfortable as I start to pinch slightly in my crotch. I will have to arrange my privates better when we get in the house or I'm going to be extremely uncomfortable. I walk with her up to the door and into the house. There are a whole lot of people here already and the party hasn't even gotten started good yet. Many people take notice of me and especially her. I take her over to a love seat that has only 2 places and seat her. I tell her I have to use the men's room and ask her what she wants to drink. She giggles and basically only wants a soda, which is fine, to start. I go to the men's room and rearrange my privates so my very aroused self will not be pinched anymore. I again check my pocket and touch the tube resting there. I smile with anticipation of the sexual fantasies I am going to enjoy with Lisa tonight. I wash my hands, leave the men's room and go to the bar. I order a beer and a soda for Lisa. I contemplate putting some of the contents of the tube in her drink, but decide against it. It's too early in the evening and people might notice. I take the drinks and go back to the love seat where Lisa is sitting. There are already several other men hanging around and one sitting in the seat beside her. Lisa is being friendly, but she keeps refusing any of the overtures offered. She sees me and tells the man sitting beside her that that seat is reserved for me. He refuses to leave it. She just gets up, takes the soda from me and takes my hand. She asks, where to now? Seems some idiot stole your seat and doesn't have enough courtesy to give it back. All the guys standing around the love seat staring at us begin to hassle the guy sitting really badly. I suggest, why don't we take a slow dance? That way we can talk and drink our drinks and not worry about sitting for a while. She agrees, okay, sounds like a plan. Then maybe we can spot another place to sit. We go to the dance area. She is up against me as we dance. I can't help myself. Between her perfume and her outfit, not to mention the fact she is absolutely adorable, I have a full erection a cat couldn't scratch. Lisa doesn't seem to mind as she holds herself close to me and chats away. We talk about anything that comes to mind. I find I am really starting to like Lisa, but that doesn't deter me from what I want to do with her tonight, it only reinforces it. We see another place the two of us can sit for a while. We walk over and I seat Lisa. I tell her not to let anyone sit this time, while I'm gone to the bar to get us another drink. This time Lisa wants a strawberry daiquiri. I make a detour to the men's room again. I am starting to get blue balls. They hurt some. I have been so seriously aroused for so long. When I walk out of the men's room, I see Lisa waving to me. I walk over and see she has already gotten the drinks. She tells me that there are a few people walking around taking orders. I sit and take a long drink of my beer. Lisa's head is turned. I reach into my pocket to get the tube. It's gone. I haven't a clue as to where it might be. I feel something creeping rapidly into my head. I feel suddenly like I have had way too much to drink. On just 2 beers? No, this isn't possible. I see Lisa looking at me with a really great smile and an impish twinkle in her eye. I see the tube in her fingers. I gasp. The last thing I hear is Lisa saying sweetly, "Guess I've found my subject, baby girl." Awakening. I wake slowly. My head feels like there's someone pounding on a drum inside it. I have little memory of how I might have gotten into this predicament. I have something in my mouth. My mouth is very dry and I need some water or something. I reach up to remove the object. I can't. There's something on my hands preventing it. I open my eyes. Thank goodness the light is dim. What little there is increases the pounding in my head. I see my hands. They have some kind of mittens on them. I can see a small little golden lock. My vision clears. I am in a crib. I sit up quickly. This proves to be a very bad idea. My head pounds as my head swims. The room seems to tilt to one side. I grab one of the crib rails as best as the mittens on my hands allow and sit with my eyes closed for a bit as the dizziness and nausea pass over me. I am truly confused. When my head clears just a bit, I open my eyes again and look around the room. I am in a large crib. It is very obvious I am also falling out of of some kind. I still have no memory of how I came to be here. I look down at myself. I am in a diaper and a pair of pink romper panties. There is lace around the waist, leg openings, and many rows across my bottom. There is some kind of thing sewn into the waistband of the panties too that enables them to be locked on. I have on a jumper top that has a little white lamb on the front and large ruffles around the hem. There is a harness strapped to me and several chains running to 2 plates bolted to both sides of the crib with thick bolts. I am not intended to get out of this crib nor to be able to do anything for myself. One thing I am soon going to be desperate to do, go pee. I see a door open and in walks Lisa. No. Lisa says cheerily in a cooing sweet baby voice, "Good morning baby Amy. How is baby this morning?" The only noises I can make are grunts and muffled gurgles because of whatever is in my mouth. I see Lisa has a syringe with a very long needle. I am very afraid I am going to be stuck. Lisa walks to the table beside the crib and places the syringe on it. She softly caresses my head. She says in the same voice, "When baby Amy's hair grows longer, I will have her in ponytails. She will be a very cute little girl." I struggle to stand. Because of the way I am harnessed into the crib, the best I can do is get up on my knees. I am making as much noise as whatever is strapped in my mouth will allow me to. My head swims and I feel really nauseous, but I am determined to get away. After a few minutes, I give up. I realize struggle is futile. Besides, I feel really rotten. Lisa smiles. She shakes her head and then says, "You will find you can't escape. Struggle if you wish, but in a few days, you will not want to anyway." She picks up several papers from the table beside the crib and shows them to me. I can't believe what I see. They are a release form and a consent form. They have not only my signature and my thumbprint on them, they are notarized and signed by the head of the Department of Psychiatry and the head of the State Board of Mental Health. There is a third paper. It is a mental competency declaration saying I am mentally incompetent. It is signed by a judge and the head of the State Board of Mental Health. It also gives Lisa universal power of attorney over me. She says softly, "You were right, going to that party was a good idea. I did find someone who would be the subject of my study. Because of the date rape drug you so graciously provided me with, I proved over the course of last 2 weeks you were mentally incompetent. Everyone has been eager to protect you and allow me to treat you." She puts the papers on the table beside the crib and picks up the syringe. She continues with a really devilish sparkle in her green eyes, "Don't worry, baby Amy, in about a month you will be the perfect 6-month-old baby girl. Of course it will take several years as a baby before we can even begin to retrain you as an adult woman." I struggle hard. I am yelling at the top of my lungs. The only sound that come out is a muffled groan. Lisa giggles and says, "Serves you right, you perverted idiot. I am so glad I was up against you. I would have willingly made love to you until I accidentally put my hand in your coat and found the Riponol. You are a perfect subject for my study. I will not only regress you to infanthood, I will ensure you want to be a female as you are, rematured. We have the funds available for your sex change operation when the time comes, and it will come. Enjoy yourself, baby Amy. I know I will enjoy stripping you of not only adulthood, but of manhood as well." She takes me by the back of my head. She is more powerful than I would have thought. I see the needle. I feel her pushing it firmly into whatever is in my mouth. I can feel a liquid enter my mouth that I cannot help but swallow because of the way the object is in my mouth. There is a lot of liquid too. She pulls the needle out of the thing in my mouth. She smiles. She says in that cooing baby voice, "Now, baby will feel so much better soon. From this moment on your new name is Baby Amy. You are a 6-month-old baby girl and will be treated as such. Between the drug inducement and the physical and mental training, you will soon become just that." She kisses me softly on my forehead as I struggle vainly to get free. She turns and leaves. I begin to feel so very strange. I realize too late I am peeing in my diaper. I feel the warm wetness as it slowly creeps down the front of my diaper and around between my legs. I can no longer be on my knees and I lay back into the crib. I am totally mind blown over what has happened. My last thought before I fall back asleep. I wonder what it will be like being a girl. Little Angels Day at the museum. When I first started babysitting River and Ibo, I was just sitting and watching them for a few hours here and there while their mom went off on an errand of some kind. Most of the time they would just sit quietly and do their homework or watch TV. They were the kindest and sweetest little kids I'd ever met. So imagine my surprise when I found a puddle on the floor and 2 little kids pointing fingers at each other. "He did it." River pointed at Ibo. "Not she did," he pointed back. River was 10 and Ibo was 8, both far too old to be having accidents like that. Moments after the puddle was discovered, their mother arrived home and apologized for the incident. She kicked me a few extra bucks and sent me off. As I made it out the front door I heard some banter that led me to believe this was not the first such incident. As I continued to watch the two, I learned it wasn't going to be the last either. I never did figure out which one of the 2 sweet angels had produced the puddle, but over time as my babysitting jobs became more involved I was invited into the family secret. The next time I watched the two, Their mother again apologized for the incident and reminded me to limit their sugary liquids. The job after that, I was instructed to make sure they both went to the bathroom regularly. Upon my first after-bedtime job, I was finally told, rather bluntly, that both River and Ibo had to wear a pull-up to bed. They were both capable of putting them on themselves, I just had to make sure they were under their PJs before they went to bed. That night, Ibo proudly showed off his Iron Man battle pants, while it took a brief tantrum from River and a stern talking to before she returned from the bathroom with Tinkerbell underneath her flame-retardant nightdress. They were the first bedwetters I ever had to deal with. I didn't know what to expect. But it went by pretty uneventfully. If I was watching them past bedtime, I simply had to make sure they had them on, and that was that. When summer started, I offered to help out more and was tasked with some day trips around town. There was the local park, the library, and other such fun attractions. Their mother warned me to ensure that they didn't drink too much and went to the bathroom often. One day, however, things took a turn for the strange. I was informed that on days when the kids would be going on extra long travels, such as long car trips, they were to be out in their nighttime pool UPS, just in case. And if they were going to somewhere a bit exciting and lacking in easily accessible bathrooms, such as an amusement park, the pool UPS stayed on. My first trip into the city with them was to the Science Museum north of city. Since we lived in the eastern suburbs, we had to take a bus ride into downtown and then catch the free subway that leads straight to the museum. The bus ride will be about 20 minutes, I told them as we were packing up, and the train will be about the same. But when you factor in walking to and waiting at the bus stop, plus getting to the train station and waiting there, we're looking at an almost hour-long commute. Cut to the chase, River said, "We're wearing pool UPS, right?" "Right," I said. River rolled her eyes and went to change. Ibo followed with slightly less attitude. "So remember that just because they'll absorb an accident, doesn't mean you should use them," I explained. "They're only in case of an emergency." "River's gonna have lots of emergencies," Ibo smiled. "I'd rather have 5 wet diapers than 1 stinky one." River gabbed back. It was one of the few times I caught them bullying each other for an issue they shared. Now, I said, "Quit fighting or else we're going to miss the bus." The bus stop was close to their house, and from there we only waited a few minutes until we were off to the city. "Hold my hands, please," I said, not giving them much of a choice as I pulled them along. Downtown is dangerous, and if one of you walks off you could get kidnapped or hit by a truck or end up in a wig shop. "You, wigs?" Ibo giggled. River laughed with him. We crossed a few strange roads before winding up in the underground station where we just barely caught the train. Once again, we were sitting and the two were their perfect angel selves. "Are they gonna have laser tag?" Ibo asked. "Nope." "What about one of those rooms where you can float around?" River asked. "I don't think so." That's pretty much how the train ride went. Ibo's eyes lit up when I told him we were going under the water, but River wasn't impressed. The last stop was an above-ground station, so our eyes needed some adjusting as we got off and made our way to the museum. "Okay, let's settle for a minute," I said as we paid and they admired the stamps of entry that had been marked on their hands. "Who needs a change?" The two were silent. "Come on, we left the house over an hour ago and I know neither of you went potty even though I told you to. So who needs to be changed?" Again, no answer. Are my precious little angels lying to me? I put on a fake gasp. "Well, that's fine. If you're already wet then you can just pee again and it'll leak and everyone will see. So then you'll just have to walk around in wet pants, or we can just keep your shirts on and you can walk around in just a pull-up, no pants." That didn't make them budge either. My next threat was the last. "Or we can just go home now." Okay, River blushed. I peed. "Thank you," I said. "It's okay, River, accidents happen. That's what the pool UPS are for. Let's get you changed." I took her into the bathroom and turned to Ibo, who stopped outside the men's room. "I'm dry but I have to go," he said. "Okay, hurry up," I said, following River after making eye contact with a security guard. I normally would have made him come into the ladies with me and River, but there were so many kids here the security was top-notch. Inside the bathroom, River went into her own stall after I slipped her a fresh pull-up. When she came out I said, "Let me see." "Come on, here," she blushed again. "River," I said sternly. She quickly lifted up her shirt just enough so I could see the familiar purple waistband poking out the top of her shirt. "Okay, let's go get Ibo." After about an hour of looking at robots and trains and the inside of a brain, River said she was thirsty. We stopped by vending machine and I was dumbfounded. $4 for a bottle of water. I can get 2 Cokes for half that. The kids lit up. "We are not getting you Coke." But in all honesty, their mother must not have expected this when we budgeted food because I was running low on cash and I expected the price of chicken fingers at the cafeteria to be just as outrageous. I looked down at the kids, their eyes wide with anticipation. "Okay, fine. Yeah. But," I stipulated, "we're gonna share one. All 3 of us." Naturally, after I took the inaugural sip, I never saw it again as the 2 chugged it down and went to the sugar zone for the next hour. They didn't exactly misbehave. They were just a bit more off the wall. They stayed where they were instead of running around. They kept quiet instead of shouting. But boy were they still a handful. They kept moving between exhibits, not staying anywhere for more than a minute, and would not stop giggling or snickering amongst themselves. But hey, they were having fun. It honestly only came down to 100 calories each. One of the first times I watched them, they each had 2 tall cups of orange juice, and that was the end of my precious angels that night. After the sugar started to wear down, I decided it was lunchtime. Who needs a change? Both of them shot their hands in the air. Okay then. 10 minutes later I was with my 2 dry little angels in the cafeteria. While the chicken fingers were expensive, they were also big, so the 2 shared an order while I got a small yogurt and a banana. We were about to head off to an IMAX show when Ibo tugged on my sleeve and whispered, "I need a change." "Ibo, you just got changed before lunch, what happened?" River snickered and said, "Ibo pooped, Ibo pooped." "Shoo you." I said, "One more of that and I'll be telling your mother." That certainly shut River up. For a woman who didn't cook, their mother certainly had a lot of wooden spoons. There was no helping it this time. I had to take Ibo into the ladies' room with me to help him change. I'll spare you the details. We made it in time for the IMAX show, but we just had really crummy seats. We were about to go when River said she needed a change. I cannot believe she actually told me instead of waiting for me to ask. I also couldn't believe she peed again. This girl pees way too much. I was already out of Tinkerbells and just had 1 Iron Man left. I asked Ibo if he needed a change and he said no. So by the time we left I had a sweet little boy angel and a sweet little girl angel, both wearing bright blue pull UPS with extra protection where boys need it most. Little did I know, I should not have trusted my precious Ibo. As we were riding the train, I knew. Somehow I just figured it out that he totally peed while watching the movie and then lied to me about it. There was nothing that could be done about it, so I let it go. No, Ibo did. This confused her mother, but I explained the kind gesture River did on the bus and her mother was quite impressed. The kids went upstairs and their mother settled the payment with me. The kids then ran through the kitchen and into the living room, both naked from the waist down save from soggy pull UPS dangling from their bottoms. "Perhaps next time we should send some proper Huggies with you," their mother whispered. "It'll save on all those leaky pull UPS they go through." "No," the kids shouted from the TV. I smiled at their mother, with an unsure glance wondering whether or not she was serious. They certainly would look cute in real baby diapers. But River is going to be in middle school soon. She might get too big one day. That was just the first day trip I took with River and Ibo. It wasn't the last and it certainly wasn't the most interesting. Maybe one day I'll tell you some more. After all, I love sharing stories about my precious little angels. Maggie's regression. Maggie was frustrated. It had been a long day of boring lectures. Maggie felt that if somebody could make even the 1960s sound like a boring time, they really shouldn't be allowed to teach. Especially at the beginning of the semester. They'd pose a suicide risk for the students. She had told her boyfriend Christopher that over lunch. Well, he wasn't really her boyfriend, they were more like friends with benefits. He had made all the right, sympathetic noises, but she knew he'd been ogling one of the new psychology professors. Maggie had to snap her fingers in Christopher's face to wake him up. She had said that she didn't really blame him for looking. After all, it was impressive how she looked like she was in her early 30s while she had to be at least a decade older, but that hadn't been true. She had been feeling down and looking for some sympathy, not a not-quite boyfriend who couldn't keep his attention on her for 2 minutes. In hindsight, she regretted not just getting up and leaving right there and then. Instead, she had played the part of the loyal friend and stuck around until Christopher had had to leave for class. After that, Maggie had had to endure another couple of classes that thankfully weren't quite as bad as the history lecture, but they had still been annoyingly tedious. Add to that 4 hours of work, and by the time Maggie returned to her tiny apartment, she was just about ready to strangle someone. She really wasn't cut out for work in the retail sector, particularly during back-to-school sales. Even flying around Azeroth on her favorite World of Warcraft character failed to relax her. There was really only one thing to do: Maggie went to bed early. For Maggie, getting ready for bed when she was feeling like this was a little more elaborate than normally. She started by pulling out the bottom towel from the neatly folded stack in her tiny bathroom. It was the biggest and softest of them all, and she always made sure to put it at the bottom of the stack so she wouldn't grab it by mistake. Maggie moved the table out of the way, pulled out the sleeper sofa and quickly made the bed. Next, she spread the towel out on the bed and folded it several times. After stripping, she sat down on the towel and pulled it up between her legs. She slipped her feet into a pair of oversized granny panties and pulled them up so they held the towel in place. Maggie didn't need the diaper, but for some reason she liked the feeling of being padded. She always had. The thicker the better. If she couldn't bring her legs together, that was perfect. She had lost count of how often she had woken up with most of her duvet stuffed between her legs when she was younger. As she grew older, she had begun to do it intentionally before she fell asleep. At first just using a blanket or her duvet, but eventually she switched to towels. Maggie had never shared this with anyone, but whenever she was stressed or upset, the temptation was always there. And more often than not, she acted on it. Maggie could almost feel the tension leave her body as she lay on her bed, the evening sun peeking in around the edges of her curtains and the warm summer air making a slight sheen of sweat appear on her skin. She slipped a hand inside her diaper and lazily played with herself while she listened to the traffic outside. Eventually, she drifted off to sleep. Maggie awoke with a start and found she couldn't move. She was completely paralyzed as a cool draft raised goosebumps on her clammy skin. Some oddly calm corner of her mind worried how it would look if somebody saw her like this, wearing a big diaper and with one hand inside it. If Chris saw me like this, I'd never hear the end of it. Maggie's thoughts were interrupted by a metallic gurgling sound. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see the mirror next to the door. It looked less like a mirror and more like a vertical pool of mercury. Part of its surface was oozing down the wall to form a shiny puddle on the floor. Then something rose out of the puddle, human-shaped, but with a mirror finish. The annoyingly detached and nerdy part of Maggie's mind noted that it was just like the T-1000 Terminator. Its surface dulled and it turned around and it was her. It looked exactly like Maggie. It was wearing the same bulky diaper and granny panties, It even had the same tattoo of a fox barely visible over the waistband of the panties, except it was on the wrong hip. The mirror image walked over to the bed and sat down next to Maggie, who pretended to be asleep, peering out through almost closed eyes. It wasn't very hard since she couldn't really move anything else anyway. "Oh, stop that," the mirror image said. "I know you're awake." She reached out and brushed the hair out of Maggie's face. Maggie felt her muscles relaxing as the paralysis began to fade away. She tried to pull her hand out of her diaper, but the mirror image stopped her. "Just leave it there for now. We both know you like that." "How?" Maggie whispered. "Well, duh. I thought that'd be obvious by now. I know that your cell phone PIN number is your birthday backwards, divided by 3. I know you almost flunked history last term." The mirror image reached down to touch her own tattoo. "I know who held your hand while you got this and how you still have a bottle of her shampoo in your bathroom." She stroked Maggie's cheek. "I know everything about you because I am you." "I meant, how is this pos?" "Hang on, I do not have a bottle of Sisson's shampoo," Maggie protested. "No, you're right. It's her conditioner. But that's not what's important, nor is how I'm here. What matters is why I'm here." "And why is that?" Maggie was slowly trying to slide away. "You had a crap day. You were annoyed that summer is almost over and that you're back in school with all the drama that entails. You wanted some sympathy and maybe a good hug, but that dumbass Chris was too busy thinking about that hottie professor." "Yeah," Maggie admitted reluctantly. "So I'm here to make you a deal." The mirror image took Maggie's hand in hers and looked into her eyes. "Do you remember when you were little? When summers lasted almost forever and you didn't have to worry about anything?" "Yeah. Wouldn't you like that again?" The mirror image slowly stroked Maggie's hand. "No stupid job or classes to go to, no responsibilities. Not a care in the world." "Millimeter HM," Maggie said dreamily. "I can make it that way again," the mirror image said and rose from the bed. "Take my hand." In a daze, Maggie swung her legs out of bed and got up. She walked behind the other Maggie towards the mirror, holding her hand. The mirror was so narrow that her mirror image had to step through it sideways, vanishing through the slowly rippling surface. When she pulled Maggie along and her hand made contact with the mirror, she expected it to feel cold, but it didn't. It felt more like a warm, heavy mist or fog. Maggie closed her eyes as she stepped through, and when she opened them again she was still standing in her apartment, except it was different somehow. It took her a couple of moments to notice a magazine on the table, but then she realized that everything was mirrored. "Come along now," said the mirror image. Or was Maggie the mirror image on this side of the mirror? Still holding the other Maggie's hand with one hand and holding up the sagging towel diaper with the other, Maggie followed other Maggie through the door. They emerged in the middle of a small clearing surrounded by trees. Looking back, Maggie saw a small shed. Other Maggie was saying something, but Maggie was still mesmerized by the surroundings. She bent down and picked one of the flowers next to her barefoot. "It's incredible. This even smells real." Maggie breathed deeply, smelling grass and wildflowers. "It is real," other Maggie said. "Now come along. There's somebody I want you to meet." "Like this?" Maggie suddenly became aware of what she was wearing. "Oh, nobody will mind." "No worries, remember." Other Maggie took Maggie's hand and pulled her along into the forest. When they came out of the forest, they were at the top of a small hill. Below them was a large house, a pond, and a large garden with big trees. "We just missed lunch, but there should be some food left." When they came closer, Maggie realized that everything about the house was a little scaled up. The windows were just a foot higher up than usual, the door was bigger, the steps up the porch was just a little too high to easily walk up. It all gave her the distinct feeling of being smaller than usual. Other Maggie opened the door and walked in, pulling a acutely self-conscious Maggie along. Inside was a kitchen with the same oversized tables and chairs. There was a giant of a woman putting plates and glasses in the sink. She must have been almost 7 feet tall and looked like she was in her early 50s. She had that air about her that grandmothers do, even though she was a little young for it. "Hey Mom, look who finally came to join us," other Maggie said. She turned to Maggie and whispered, "Her real name's Eliza, but she likes it when we call her Mom." "Maggie!" Eliza exclaimed and came over to give Maggie a hug. "We've been waiting for so long. Let me have a look at you." Maggie unsuccessfully tried to cover up her bare chest and the diapers. No, that simply won't do. "Come with me, dear." Eliza took Maggie's hand and led her out of the kitchen and down the hall to a bathroom. "You hop up here," she said and patted what looked like a piece of the kitchen counter. Maggie realized that it was a giant changing table and just stood there in front of it, dumbstruck. "Oh, come on now. You're a bit too big for me to lift you." Maggie looked around and saw a stool next to the changing table. She used it to clamber up onto the table and sat there with her feet dangling over the edge. "Lie back, dear," Eliza said as she grabbed Maggie's legs and slid her further back. Maggie lay back on the smooth, warm surface. "Are you still dry?" she asked and unceremoniously slipped a couple of fingers inside Maggie's diaper. Maggie jumped. "Hey," she blurted out. "Of course I am." Eliza pulled the granny panties and towel diaper off Maggie in one quick yank, leaving her naked and desperately trying to cover up. "Oh, come now. It's nothing I haven't seen 100 times before," she said. "Now lift your butt." Without thinking, Maggie did as she was told and Eliza slid a diaper under butt. She quickly pulled it up between her legs and taped the whole thing in place. The whole operation took only seconds. She helped Maggie sit up and Maggie looked down at the teddy bear print. "This is so weird." She reached down to touch it, somehow doubting that any of this was real. The plastic backing rustled softly when she did. "Now, let's see if this doesn't fit you." Eliza held up a light blue summer dress. She slipped it over Maggie's head and helped her with the sleeves before helping her down from the changing table. "Now you go outside and play with the others." Maggie walked back to the kitchen and out onto the porch, wondering what Eliza had meant by the others. But once she set foot outside, she heard excited voices from the other side of the house. She tiptoed to the corner and peeked around it. By the pond she could see 4 children playing. No, not children. They were adults dressed as children. Then it struck her, so was she. Maggie crept closer, ducking behind bushes until she was close enough to hear what they were talking about. It seemed the 3 of them, 2 girls and a boy, were having an argument about some kind of race in the brook that fed the pond. Eventually, they decided that the only way to settle it was another race. They picked up their crude wooden boats and ran upstream. "I can see you, you know." Maggie froze. "Oh, come on. That blue dress isn't exactly camouflage." Feeling like she had been caught trespassing, Maggie slowly emerged from behind her bush to see who had spoken. It was another boy. No, not boy, man. He was maybe in his late 20s, average height, a little chubby, with a deep tan and mop of curly brown hair. All in all, not entirely unattractive, Maggie thought. He was sitting on a stone with his knees pulled up and his arms around them. Hi. Hi, I'm Tommy." "Maggie. So, you're gonna want to have a seat for today's grand final of the race," Tommy said wearily. "I think the score is like 1,000 points to Maria and 1,000 points to Jacob. So they're tied." Maggie sat down on the stone next to Tommy. "I have no idea, I've lost count. But they should have time to finish before the rain starts." "What do you mean?" "See that cloud over there?" Tommy pointed towards the mountains in the distance. "The one that sort of looks like a fish?" "Yeah. When it's on the other side of that mountaintop, it'll start to rain." "How do you know that?" Maggie looked at Tommy. He sighed. That's how it is every day. It'll start to rain and we go inside to play. It'll stop halfway through dinner. What do you mean every day? Every day is the same here. I've tried to figure out the routine, but this place gets inside your head. Makes you forget numbers and letters and dash. Who are you? A voice interrupted from behind them. Maggie turned around to see one of the two girls that had run off earlier. Maggie was a little thrown by the childish appearance of the young woman. While she might be around 20, she was wearing a pink dress so short her diaper peeked out below the hem. She had mussed up, blonde hair and a couple of dirty smudges on her cheeks and forehead. Charlotte, this is Maggie, Tommy said. Maggie, Charlotte. Like the spider, she lisped. She's been here a while, Tommy whispered. Like I said, this place gets inside your head. Will you be my friend? Charlotte looked up at Maggie with a wide-eyed, innocent expression. Sure, Maggie answered. Yay. Charlotte shouted and threw her arms around Maggie to give her a hug. The unrestrained enthusiasm surprised Maggie, but she returned the hug, rubbing Charlotte's back. Does this mean you'll stop bugging me now? A voice asked snidely. When Maggie looked to see who had spoken, she saw a girl with olive skin and long black hair. She was wearing overalls and a red t-shirt and was carrying a wooden boat. I guess you must be Maria, Maggie said. I'm Maggie. Oh, look at you talking all fancy, Maria replied and rolled her eyes. Don't listen to her, Maggie. She's just being a meanie, Charlotte said, frowning at Maria. She grabbed Maggie's hand and pulled her towards the garden. Come on, I want to show you something. Charlotte dragged Maggie around the entire garden, showing her the apple tree and the patch of strawberry plants. She was just about to lead Maggie back to the pond when the first raindrops began to fall. Maggie glanced towards the mountains and just like Tommy had said, the fish-shaped cloud was just past the top of it. Maggie followed a squealing Charlotte back to the house. She darted from tree to tree in an attempt to stay dry in the steadily increasing downpour. Charlotte on the other hand danced along the path and jumped in a couple of the small puddles that had formed by the time they reached the porch. When they reached the kitchen, Maria and Jacob were sitting by the kitchen table coloring. Jacob was concentrating with his tongue out. Tommy was nowhere to be seen. Where's Tommy? Maggie asked. Maria gave her a quick look before she returned to her coloring book. Mama's changing him. Charlotte had already climbed onto one of the oversized chairs and started hoarding the blue and green crayons, but Maggie didn't feel like coloring. So she decided to explore the house instead. She found a large living room on the ground floor and bedrooms and an additional bathroom on the first floor. When she made her way up the steep staircase to the attic, however, she found something odd. Somebody had tied some string between the backs of two chairs and put a blanket over it, creating a small tent. Well, small compared to the chairs, it was more than big enough for Maggie. The tent itself wasn't really all that strange, but inside she found a shoebox filled with papers. Leafing through them, Maggie saw mathematical equations and calculations far more advanced than what she understood, but the closer she came to the top of the stack, the simpler the maths became. Eventually, the numbers were replaced by unidentifiable squiggles and then there were drawings of flowers. Bluebells to be precise. Sometimes a single flower, other times whole fields of them. Do you like them? Maggie almost jumped out of her skin. Charlotte was kneeling in the opening to the tent. She crawled in and sat down next to Maggie, taking the stack of papers from her. You did that? Charlotte nodded. I wasn't very good at first, but Mama said that if I practiced I would get better. And I did, see. She picked up a new drawing from the floor outside the tent and held it up for Maggie. It was a picture of two stick figures in a green field dotted with blue flowers. One was wearing a pink dress and the other a blue one. I made it for you, Charlotte said. Thanks. Come on, Mama said it's dinner time. Charlotte crawled out of the tent, giving Maggie a perfect view of her soiled diaper as she did. The two girls joined Tommy and Jacob in putting away the crayons and coloring books. They were almost done when Eliza and Maria came back from the downstairs bathroom. "Okay, anybody else need a change before dinner?" Eliza asked matter-of-factly. Charlotte looked away and scraped her foot on the floor. "Me," she said quietly. Charlotte made a stinky. Charlotte made a stinky. Maria began singing. Maggie could see that it upset Charlotte, who looked like she was about to burst out in tears. For some reason she felt oddly protective of her. "Quit picking on her." "Yeah," Tommy chimed in. "Stop being a meanie." "Maria," Eliza said sternly. Maria stopped immediately. "Sorry," she mumbled, not sounding very sincere. Charlotte, however, didn't notice and went off with Eliza. Maggie sat down next to Tommy. "So you're all wearing diapers?" she asked quietly. "Yeah. That's the first thing to go. Then it's numbers and letters like I told you. And finally you don't even remember anything from before." He nodded slightly towards Maria and Jacob. "That doesn't sound so bad. I mean, apart from the diapers, this place doesn't sound all that bad." "Are you kidding? It's the same day over and over and over. The rain starts at the same time every day." He pointed out the window. "And by the time Mom puts the rest of the food back on the stove, it'll stop raining. Then just after sunset it'll get kinda windy. Tomorrow morning, just after breakfast, a big fish is going to jump in the pond, and so on and so on. Every day is the same, and every day you feel a little of yourself slip away." "How long have you been here?" "Shush," Tommy said as Eliza and Charlotte returned. "She doesn't like us talking about that." Charlotte sat down next to Maggie. Her face was cleaned up and her hair was in pigtails. Eliza looked at Maggie. "How about you, dear? Are you sure you don't need a change?" Maggie nodded. "Okay then," Eliza said and began putting plates on the table. During dinner, Eliza had the children talk about what they had done that day. The stew was tasty, but a little bland. After they were done, Eliza rose to put the big pot back on the stove. Tommy gave Maggie a nudge and glanced towards the window. Outside, the rain had stopped and clouds had parted to show a rosy sky. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After dinner, Tommy, Charlotte and Maggie retreated to the attic. Charlotte lay on the floor, drawing, while Tommy and Maggie sat in the tent. "Okay," Maggie said, "so the days really are repeating themselves. Millimeter HM. And you keep forgetting your old life, little by little." Tommy nodded. "Well, how quickly does it happen? I'm guessing you've been here the shortest." "Actually, Jacob came after me. I think you lose yourself more quickly if you don't resist, and he just went along with it from day one. Almost like he was running away from something." "So that's what you've been doing? Fighting it?" Charlotte scowled at them. "Mama says no fighting," she said solemnly. "It's okay, Charlotte, we're not fighting." "Kay," she said and returned to her drawing. "So, how long have you been enjoying this summer?" Maggie made air quotes. "I don't think enjoying is the right word, and why were you doing that thing with your hands?" "What do you mean?" "Oh, the air quotes. They mean." "Look, never mind that." "How long?" "I don't know," Tommy said. "Numbers, remember." "Okay, let's try something else then. Do you get older when you're here?" Tommy shrugged. "I don't think so." "So what do you remember from before you came here? Do you remember who's president?" "I'm not sure. Kind of a goofy-looking guy. Really short name." "Bush," Maggie suggested. "Yeah, that's it. Bush. That means you've been here dash. And that other guy," Tommy interrupted, "he'd fit right in here. He couldn't spell either." "What do you mean?" I don't know how to do it now, but potato. Oh my God. You meant bush one. You've been here for, Maggie paused longer than she normally would have had to, more than 25 years. Tommy just sat there, looking more and more uncertain. I don't know, he mumbled. For a few minutes, they just sat there. The only sound was the scratching sound of Charlotte's crayons and the wind picking up outside. So how do we get out of here? Maggie finally asked. I don't know. I don't even know if I ever knew. It's like I'm trapped in a dark cellar. Why don't you just go back up the stairs? Charlotte asked, putting down her crayons. It's not really a cellar, Charlotte, Tommy said with a sigh. Hang on, Maggie said. She grabbed Tommy's arm. How did you get here? I'm not sure, he said hesitantly. It's all so fuzzy. It's like it's me, but not me. Like dash. A mirror image, they both said. What do you mean? Tommy asked. We try what Charlotte suggested. We go out the way we came in. We'll just have to hope that it works for all of us. So where is this way out then? Up the hill and into the woods, Maggie said vaguely. That's it? We're never going to find it in the dark. Okay, my little munchkins, it's bedtime, Eliza's voice called from downstairs. But Moom, Charlotte complained. Now, tomorrow's another day. Okay, she said dejectedly and headed for the stairs. Tommy and Maggie followed close behind. When they came down, Eliza kneeled down and wiped a smudge off Maggie's cheek. I set up your bed in Charlotte's room since you two are such good friends already. Charlotte squealed with delight at the news. Eliza handed Maggie a toothbrush. Now you go brush your teeth while I get Charlotte ready. And Tommy, once I'm done with Charlotte, it's your turn to have a bath. Again. Tommy whined, suddenly sounding more like a kid than before. The look Eliza gave him clearly told him that the matter was not up for discussion. Okay, Mom, he said and headed downstairs. Maggie went to the bathroom and, standing on a stool, she barely managed to reach the shelf where the toothpaste was. It was hard to control the oversized toothpaste tube and she ended up squeezing out a lot more than she intended. After she was done, Maggie took off her dress and tried to take off her diaper, but the tapes just didn't want to come loose. She even tried to wiggle out of them, but despite feeling somewhat loose, they didn't want to go down past her hips. Nor could she push it to the side to pee. The more she tried, the greater the urge became, until it was almost painful. She finally accepted the fact that the diaper was not going anywhere. She was going to have to wet it, and soon. Maggie was just standing still, almost holding her breath when she heard footsteps and Charlotte's happy chattering. Okay, if I wet it now, I can get changed right away. That won't be so bad. Maggie tried to let go, but couldn't. Then she had an idea. She sat down on the toilet. The feeling of the toilet seat was enough of a sense memory to let Maggie let go. She felt a warm rush surround her crotch and seep towards her butt. Maggie slid off the toilet, feeling the warm squish of her diaper just as the door opened and Eliza peeked in. So, she asked, are you still dry, obviously seeing that Maggie wasn't. No, Maggie said, almost whispering. Shame and frustration at having had to wet herself almost made her want to cry. Eliza knelt in front of Maggie and stroked her cheek. Don't cry, dear. That's what they're there for. Come along, Mom'll make it better. She took Maggie's hand and led her out the door. Maggie tried to grab her dress before she leaving the bathroom. Oh, just leave it, pumpkin. Nobody'll mind. Eliza led Maggie down the stairs. On the way, they passed Jacob and Maggie instinctively tried covered up her bare chest and diaper. Jacob, however, didn't even seem to notice that Maggie was topless. Once inside the downstairs bathroom, Eliza helped Maggie up on the giant changing table. Maggie winced at the squishy sensation as she sat down on the wet diaper. Now lie back and we'll get you washed and ready for bed. Maggie lay back. Lying on the changing table wearing nothing but a wet diaper felt weird and humiliating, almost like she was on display. She desperately wanted something to cover up with. While Eliza undid the tapes and pulled off the diaper, she hummed a melody that was annoyingly familiar, but Maggie couldn't place it. The whole situation felt so awkward that Maggie just closed her eyes. She almost jumped when she felt a warm wetness on her crotch. What dash? Shababy. Mommy just has to wash you so you don't get sore. The childish tone only made Maggie feel more awkward. Eliza dried and powdered Maggie before quickly putting a new diaper on her. There we are. Doesn't that feel all better? She asked, giving Maggie's crotch a quick pat before helping her down from the changing table. The new diaper was much thicker than the one she had worn before. Maggie couldn't even bring her legs all the way together and had to waddle slightly when she walked. Why is it so much thicker than the other one? She asked. We wouldn't want any leaks at night, would we? I guess, Maggie admitted. Now, did you brush your teeth? Maggie only nodded in reply. She was still fascinated with the extra bulk between her legs. It felt very different from the extra thick towel diapers she had experimented with. Eliza took Maggie's hand. Okay then, off to bed we go. Charlotte was standing in the doorway to one of the rooms when they came up the stairs. Like Maggie, she was also wearing nothing but a diaper. Well, hello there, little munchkin. Why aren't you in bed yet, and where's your nightdress? Eliza asked. It's too hot, Charlotte said, looking down and biting the tip of her thumb. I guess you're right, Eliza said. But hop in bed now. Okay, Charlotte chirped and ducked back inside. Eliza and Maggie followed her. The room wasn't very big. There was a dresser by the wall opposite the door and a bed on either side. By the foot of each bed was a toy box. Everything was oversized and painted in cheery colors. Charlotte was already in the bed on the left. Eliza tucked them both in and kissed them goodnight. It was years since Maggie had gone to bed this early, but for some reason she was so tired that it didn't take her more than a few minutes before she fell asleep. Maggie woke up from somebody shaking her shoulder. For a moment she looked around in the gloom, having forgotten where she was, then she saw who had woken her up. Charlotte was standing next to her bed, clutching a worn teddy bear to her chest with one arm. What is it, Charlotte? Can we sleep with you? Mr. Bear thinks it's scary when it's dark and windy. Okay, sure, Maggie mumbled and lifted the duvet. Charlotte crawled into bed and lay down next to her, snuggling close. Maggie pulled the duvet over them both and wrapped an arm protectively around Charlotte, who was already half asleep with her thumb in her mouth. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When Maggie woke up, she was lying pressed against the wall. Charlotte was lying on her stomach, arms and legs spread as if she was skydiving, yet still managing to snore softly. Maggie caught a whiff of something and made the mistake of lifting the duvet. The smell that hit her nostrils made it quite clear what Charlotte had done. Maggie carefully made her way around Charlotte to get out of bed. She looked out of the window at the beautiful day outside. The sun was shining from a blue sky with only a few fluffy clouds. She opened the window to let in the fresh air. Or let out the smell. What had that girl been eating? Outside, the birds were singing. Maggie leaned on the windowsill and listened to the world waking up. Suddenly her crotch grew warm as she wet herself. Maggie was shocked. She hadn't noticed that she needed to pee until it was too late. Also, she didn't find wearing a wet diaper anywhere near as distasteful as she had the day before. This place is affecting me already. I have to get out of here. Charlotte stirred and stopped snoring, and Maggie walked over to the bed. She knelt next to it, taking care not to put weight on her diaper. Good morning, Charlotte, Maggie said, carefully brushing the hair out of Charlotte's face. Did Mr. Bear sleep well? She added. Morning. Charlotte started to roll over on her back, but Maggie stopped her. Can you keep a secret? Maggie asked quietly. Millimeter HM. Charlotte nodded. Me and Tommy are going on a treasure hunt today. Charlotte perked up. Can I come too? Of course you can, but we can't tell anybody. Especially Eliza. Who? Mom, Maggie corrected. It'll be our secret. Just you and me and Tommy. Okay. So where is it? Where is what? The treasure. Oh. We don't know. Charlotte looked confused. That's why we're looking for it. I mean, it wouldn't really be a treasure hunt if we knew where it was, would it? Maggie added. The answer seemed to satisfy Charlotte. Come on, let's see if Mom is up so we can get you changed. Maggie helped Charlotte up and they headed downstairs. They were halfway down the stairs before Maggie realized that they were both wearing nothing but diapers. Wait here, Maggie said and darted back up the stairs as quickly as the swollen diaper and slightly too big steps would allow. She returned with a couple of nightdresses from the dresser, but Charlotte was already downstairs and headed for the kitchen. Maggie quickly pulled one of the dresses over her head and followed her. It was a little too small so she couldn't quite get it over the diaper, but didn't really care as long as her breasts were hidden. She didn't really want to run around topless even if nobody else seemed to care about that. Maggie followed Charlotte through the kitchen and out onto the porch. There, sitting on the porch swing in the morning sun was Eliza. Morning Mama, Charlotte said and gave her a hug. Eliza sniffed the air. Smells like one of you need a change. She looked at Maggie. Or maybe both of you. Eliza got up from the swing and took Charlotte's hand. Come on Munchkin. Let's get you cleaned up. It took a while, but eventually Eliza and Charlotte returned. Charlotte was wearing the same type of short dress as the day before, except it was pale yellow today, and her hair was back in pigtails. Maggie was next and in no time at all, she was washed and powdered. Eliza held up 2 diapers for her. So, teddy bears, she wiggled one of the diapers. Or do you want the pretty flowers, she wiggled the other. Maggie decided it was probably best to play along to avoid raising suspicion. She pretended to think about it for a few moments and then she gave a little giggle and pointed at the diaper with the flower prints. Mom. Yes dear. Maggie wrinkled her nose. I don't like dresses. Can I have pants like Maria? Pretty please, she said, knowing that if she was going to be walking around the forest, she wanted pants and not a dress that would get caught on everything. Are you sure? You look so pretty in your dress yesterday. Millimeter HM. Maggie nodded. Well okay, but then you have to remember to let me know if you have to go poo-piss. Like now? Maggie asked, feigning innocence. Oh, you have to go now. Maggie nodded in reply and was quickly helped off the changing table and to the toilet. Sitting down and letting go felt better than in a long time. Still, Maggie was surprised at how little it bothered her to be doing this in front of someone who was essentially a stranger. This place is really getting to me. Minutes later, Maggie was washed, powdered, diapered and back in the kitchen. She was wearing overalls with colourful patches sewn on the bib and on one of the knees. Charlotte was sitting by the table drawing something. Maggie looked over her shoulder. In the middle of the paper was a house. What's that? It's a treasure map, of course. We can't go on a treasure hunt without a treasure map. Ah, of course, Maggie said. Why didn't I think of that? She sat down next to Charlotte and helped her with the map, drawing trees along the edges. Eliza went back outside and for a while it was just the two of them. The house seemed almost cozy, even if it repeated the same day over and over. Stop that. Maggie shook her head to clear it. As the others waddled through the kitchen door, Eliza got them changed and dressed and soon enough, it was time for breakfast. It had been ages since Maggie had oatmeal porridge for breakfast, but she had to admit that it was not only delicious, but also filling. By the time she was done, she felt as though she had a stomach full of concrete. Walking was almost a little uncomfortable. Eliza sent all the children outside to play while she cleaned up. Maria and Jacob found their boats and headed off for another round in their apparently eternal race. "I still don't see why they can't come along," Maggie told Tommy as soon as they were out of earshot. "Maria would rat us out in a heartbeat. We wouldn't be able to trust her." "Yeah, she's a big, old, meanie Judyhead," Charlotte chimed in. "And Jacob? He seems like a nice enough guy." Tommy nodded. "He is. But you didn't see him when he came here. As bad as this place is, I think he had it worse back home." "Are you sure?" Maggie still felt bad for leaving the two behind. "As sure as I can be." Maggie sighed. "Okay then. So it's just the three of us," she said and started up the hill she had come down only the day before. Once they reached the trees, Charlotte pulled out her map and started walking off to the left. Maggie had to stop her and point out that she was holding the map wrong every couple of minutes. As the walk deeper into the forest, twigs and branches began to get caught in their clothes and the ground changed. It was no longer the smooth dirt that was easy on their bare feet. All of a sudden, pebbles and prickly, dry grass appeared. "I think we're on the right track," Tommy said. "It's almost as if the forest doesn't want us to walk this way." Maggie agreed. Charlotte sat down on a big root. "I don't want to do this anymore. It's no fun," she complained. "What's in this treasure anyway?" Maggie saw that they were about to lose Charlotte. She sat down next to her. "You know how it's summer now," she said. Charlotte nodded. "Don't you miss the winter? Snowmen, snow angels, hot chocolate. And Christmas?" Charlotte said, her eyes lighting up. "Yeah. And Christmas. That's what's in the treasure, winter." That seemed to be enough to motivate Charlotte, so they continued onwards. After quite a while and 2 tears in Charlotte's dress, they found the clearing. Maggie thought the shed in the middle looked a lot creepier now than it had yesterday. "The treasure's in there?" Charlotte asked nervously as she tried to hide behind Maggie. "I think so." Maggie took a step forwards and all of a sudden the summer day didn't feel quite as nice and warm. There was a clammy chill in the air. "I'm scared," Charlotte complained. "I don't like this place. I want Mr. Bear." "You can hold my hand, Charlotte," Maggie said and held out her hand. "MK," she said, grabbing the hand, but still walking behind Maggie and Tommy. Maggie didn't need to look back to understand that while she was holding one hand, the thumb of the other hand was firmly in Charlotte's mouth. "You know what, Charlotte," Maggie said, trying to sound cheerful. "I think it's supposed to be scary. After all, it wouldn't be a real treasure hunt if it wasn't, would it?" Finally, after what felt like hours, they reached the door. Maggie pushed it open to reveal a brilliant golden light. "Do you guys see that too?" Maggie asked. "Aha. What's that light?" Charlotte wondered. Tommy took a step forward. "Be careful," Maggie warned. "We don't know if it'll work." "Honestly, either way it'll be better than staying here," he said and walked into the light. "Tommy?" Maggie called after a few seconds, but there was no answer. The only sound was a steadily growing rumble behind them. Maggie glanced back over her shoulder and saw that the perfect blue sky was filled with dark clouds, and lightning flashing more and more frequently. "Come on, Charlotte. We have to go too," Maggie said. "But I'm scared." "It's okay. I'll hold your hand all the way. And I promise I won't let go." They took another step closer. Maggie held her breath as they stepped across the threshold and into the light. For a brief moment there was the sensation of falling, and then nothing. A light woke Maggie up. She yawned and stretched, peering into the pre-dawn gloom to see the familiar things in her tiny apartment. Outside, the street light was swaying in the wind. Wow. That was a crazy dream. She untangled herself from the sheet and sat up. That's when she saw it. She wasn't wearing the towel diaper, but a big, puffy diaper with a cheerful flower print. And it was wet. Falling out of the crib. Part 1. Charlie lives with his mother after the divorce and is 19 years old. He is a small man 5 feet 2 inches tall, weighing only 80 pounds. Charlie has long brown hair and could pass for a girl since he is feminine. Charlie don't like people saying he looks like a female. He thinks of himself as rough and rugged. Mother goes along with that to keep him happy. Mother Doris is 38 years old and got the house and half the savings after the divorce. She is well off but is wondering when Charlie is going to find a job. She knows this is difficult for a small man, but he needs to try harder. Doris is happy with long blonde hair and normal build for 6 foot tall and 180 pounds. Charlie takes after his dad, who was a small man. Things are going good at home except for Charlie's lack of effort to find a job. Doris lectures him on this and he says he can't find anything for someone small like he is. Mother knows this is just an excuse for being too lazy and enjoying life at home. Today is Monday, the 1st of June in the year 1995. Charlie and Mom live in the same 3-bedroom house Charlie grew up in. Charlie has his own room with a color TV and stereo. Mom is lecturing him on making more effort to find employment and earn his own income. Charlie still gets an allowance and lives at home for free. I hope you apply for more jobs, dear, Mother said. A small man has to work like anyone else. Yes, Mom, I put in a few applications last week and no one hired me, Charlie said. I applied by mail since I don't have a car. You know I am available to provide transportation, Charlie, Mother replied. I was not asked to take you anywhere. Okay, Mother, tomorrow is another day. I will try harder, Charlie said. That conversation ended and the rest of the day was pleasant for Charlie and his mother. That night Charlie went to bed after midnight, which annoyed Mother. He should be getting up early every day. To everyone's surprise, there is a loud noise around 4 a.m. Charlie fell out of bed like when he was a small boy. Doris came to his room to find him on the floor with his wind knocked out. Charlie! Charlie! Wake up, sweetie, Mother exclaimed. You must have been knocked out when you fell out of bed. Doris is scared but notices Charlie is catching his breath again and he responds that he rolled over and hit the floor hard. Charlie is helped up and appears to be fine but shaken up. He is helped back into bed. I don't know why you suddenly fall out of bed like when you were a child, Mother said. I am glad you appear to be all right. I will have to have the doctor see you tomorrow. I don't think that is necessary, Mother, but I will go if you insist, Charlie said, rolling over and closing his eyes. Doris said good night and it is very late when she goes back to bed. Doris will take Charlie to the pediatrician since he still uses Dr. Cindy Brown as an adult. Mother falls back to sleep until 8 a.m. arrives. She makes a call to the pediatrician. My son fell out of bed at 4 a.m. this morning and I would like him checked by the doctor, Doris said to the nurse. Sure, come right in and Dr. Brown can see him right away, the nurse said. I hope nothing serious is wrong. Doris is glad to hear this and goes to get Charlie out of bed. He is helped to get dressed, being a bit stiff and sore from the fall. Mom is worried and helps Charlie to the car. They arrive at the doctor's office at 9 a.m. Have a seat, Doris and little Charlie can be seen in a few minutes, Nurse Dolene said. Charlie will be the first patient of the day. Mother and Charlie have a seat in the waiting room. They are called back to an exam room by the nurse within a few minutes. Charlie sits on the exam table waiting to be seen. Dr. Cindy Brown walks in smiling and greets Charlie and Doris. I think you are too old to be falling out of bed, Charlie, Dr. Brown said, looking more serious. I hope you were not hurt badly. Charlie is already undressed, wearing his exam gown and briefs. Dr. Brown removes the gown to look Charlie over. He is noticeably stiff and sore when moving around. There does not appear to be any broken bones. Charlie is bruised from falling on his back and has some sprain injuries. He is allowed to get dressed while Dr. Brown talks to Mom in private out in the hallway. Charlie is young and nothing appears to be broken, Dr. Cindy Brown said. He is bruised up a bit and has some sprain injuries. I have a suggestion you will like, but I am sure Charlie will not. Dr. Brown explains how dangerous falling out of bed can be and she don't want this happening again. She explains how long ago Charlie slept in a crib longer due to falling out of bed. Even to Doris this idea seems embarrassing for Charlie. She does not care since he could have been hurt much worse. Thank you for the advice. I would not have thought about Charlie sleeping in a crib at his age, Doris said smiling. I will get him one. I am sure Supply has a youth crib for little Charlie, Dr. Brown said. I will have one delivered and charge your insurance. I recommend Charlie spend a lot of time resting after his injuries. I will send youth diapers for Charlie, Cindy continued. Let Charlie rest a couple days. Part 2. Charlie won't like this, but I will explain it is doctor's orders and I agree completely, Doris said, thanking the doctor for her help. A youth crib is not hard to come by for a pediatrician. Dr. Brown calls Supply and has a girl's crib delivered to Doris's house. They need one right away and this one is brand new. The crib is wooden frame which is pink. The thick mattress is covered with yellow sheets. A large pillow has a yellow pillowcase to match. The crib is designed for someone Charlie's size or a bit larger. Let's go back home, Charlie, and you will need to rest for a few days, Mom said, upsetting Charlie. Rest for a few days, that sucks, Charlie responded with a frown. Doris won't bother telling him the rest of what will happen. She will get him resting comfortably in bed until the crib arrives. He can sit in a chair and watch his bed be replaced with the crib a large toddler girl would love to have. They arrive home and Charlie is back in pajamas and in bed. Only an hour goes by when a hospital supply truck pulls up outside. Two nice men knock at the door with a delivery. Doris gets Charlie up and out of bed. He sits in a chair as instructed. The men come inside first and take Charlie's single bed to the spare room. Oh wow. Did you get me a brand new double bed? Asked Charlie. He thought maybe with a double bed he might not roll out of it. That is not an option Mom or the doctor thought of since a fallout is possible. Soon Charlie watches as a pink girl's youth crib is set up in place of his twin bed. Another matching piece of furniture is added. The doctor sent along a youth diaper table. Charlie does not figure out what that is, but he sure don't like the pink crib. Mother, what is that big crib doing in my room? Asked Charlie. That is your new bed so you cannot fall out of bed and hurt yourself, Doris explained. Dr. Cindy Brown, your pediatrician, sent it over and insists you sleep in the crib for your own safety. While Mom is talking to Charlie, the men bring in a couple of boxes and lay them on the dresser. Dr. Brown thought of everything and sent over a case of 96 Attends youth diapers with 3 blue tapes. These are very thick diapers with a plastic outside. Dr. Brown included a couple of girls' pink Onuses in Charlie's size. She added a half-dozen pairs of plastic panties, all for a girl Charlie's size. A pink and yellow girl's nightgown are included in one box. A pack of Gerber baby bottles are included. Doris is unaware that all this extra stuff was added to her order. All will be paid for by the insurance, so Doris is quite happy. Before the men left, a large high chair is put in the kitchen. A large playpen is set up in the living room. The high chair is wood frame, the playpen is padded metal frame with cloth sides. Dr. Cindy Brown has given Doris what is needed for babying little Charlie, including diaper, rash cream and baby powder. Thank you, gentlemen, for everything, Doris said, tipping the men. This was much more than I expected. Charlie is in his room not happy about this situation and he does not know everything yet. The brown boxes are still on the dresser left unopened. He don't know about the diapers and plastic panties. Mom returns to the bedroom to find Charlie about having a fit. He is too stiff and sore to move quickly. "I don't intend to sleep in this crib," exclaimed Charlie. "I am not a baby or toddler." "You are certainly acting like one," Mother replied. "Good thing those boxes contain diapers and plastic baby panties." "You can't put me back in diapers at my age," exclaimed Charlie. Charlie is even more shocked when he hears about diapers and plastic baby panties, and they are for him. He sits in the chair while Mother explains that the other piece of new furniture is his diaper changing table. Mother opens the boxes and unloads them on the dresser. A while back Doris went to see Dr. Cindy Brown about Charlie's lack of effort finding a job and his childish behavior. After Charlie's fall, she insisted on the crib and added everything else. She is giving Doris the opportunity to discipline Charlie as a punishment she feels he needs. "The doctor said bed rest for a few days, so I will diaper you right away and get you in your crib," Mother said sternly. "You can't do this to me, Mother. I am 19 years old, Charlie complained. "I am following your doctor's orders and you will obey me as long as you live at home," Doris reminded Charlie. "You are not too old to spank over my knee." Being so small, Charlie is afraid his fate is sealed. Mother is much bigger and he knows to obey her. To prove her dominance, Doris picks up Charlie out of his chair and lays him on the diaper table. She has found the Attends diapers, pink plastic panties, and a pink onesie. Doris has the diaper rash cream and baby powder ready to use. "I will put the rest of your things away after I get you diapered and in your crib," Mother insists, pulling off Charlie's pajama top and bottom. Charlie struggles uselessly as Mother pulls off his briefs. He is the size of a small boy at age 19. Charlie is lifted by both ankles to expose his bare bottom as Doris rubs in diaper rash cream. A plastic diaper mat came with the diaper table. The diaper table matches the crib, being pink with a mattress covered with a yellow sheet. "I am feeling like your mommy again, sweetie," Doris said, smiling. Doris rubs in diaper rash cream on Charlie's front diaper area, including his private parts. He has a little hair in that area, but not much. Baby power is applied to Charlie's diaper area. He is lifted by the ankles again and an open diaper is slid in place. "Stop this immediately, Mother," Charlie insisted. "This is ridiculous." Doris pulls the diaper up between little Charlie's legs and tapes it on snugly. The plastic baby panties are put on next, with Doris explaining she wishes to be called mommy again. The pink onesie is another surprise for Charlie. Mommy sits him up and slips it over his head, putting his arms in the short sleeves. Charlie is laid down to have the pink onesie fitted and snapped at the crotch. "Look at you, sweetie," Mommy said. "You are diapered and dressed like a toddler girl and ready to be put in your crib." "I can't believe you dressed me like a toddler girl rather than toddler boy," Charlie objected. "I suppose it is because of my long hair." "No, sweetie, I dressed you this way because your doctor provided the girls' clothing," Mommy explained. "She only had a youth girls' crib available immediately." Charlie gave Mommy a new idea. He will get a bath tomorrow after resting for a day. His long brown hair will be fixed like a girl's. His small amount of crotch and bottom hair will be removed with Nair. Charlie has a bit of leg hair that will be taken off with Nair. His face has only a few whiskers and those will have to go too. He shaves once a week since that is all that is needed. "You have been injured by falling out of bed and need rest," Mommy said. "Sleeping in a crib will keep you safe and I will keep you diapered." "Yes, ma'am, since I don't have any choice about this," Charlie replied. Part 3. Mommy lowers the crib side, then picks up little Charlie and lays him in the crib. He is easy to pick up being so small. Mommy raises the crib side until it locks. With both sides raised, the injured boy cannot fall or climb out of his crib. The side rails are 4 foot higher than the mattress. Charlie is only 5 feet 2 inches tall, weighing 80 pounds. "You are confined to your crib for a few days other than your diaper changes," Mom said, warning Charlie to cooperate. "Yes, ma'am, but after some rest there is no need for diapers," Charlie suggested. "I will only be in the crib to sleep and don't wet the bed." You will wear a diaper every night and sleep in your crib with the sides up, Mommy said. I may keep you diapered during the day too. Charlie eventually relaxes after Mom gave him a mild prescription pain pill provided by Dr. Cindy Brown. He ends up taking a nice nap. Mommy Doris enjoys unpacking the rest of what is in the boxes. She removes Charlie's underwear from the top drawer and fills it with stacks of disposable diapers. Doris sees this as an opportunity to punish little Charlie for being lazy and having a bad attitude sitting at home all day. She finds girls' lacy top socks and puts a pair on Charlie. Plastic panties and girls' socks are put in the other top dresser drawer after removing the men's socks. There is room for the diaper rash cream and baby powder. One more pink Onacy is put in the dresser along with the two girls' nightgowns neatly folded. Mommy is packing all of Charlie's clothes in one of the empty boxes. In the second box more girls' clothes are found. There are a couple of skirts with matching girls' t-shirts all in Charlie's size. A cute pink sundress is unpacked and hung in the closet. A yellow sundress is put in the closet along with a white slip with petticoat. Charlie is going to be a little girl, not a boy, for a long time. Mommy concludes that with Charlie needing to sleep in the crib with the sides up to prevent falling out of bed, he will be diapered every night. Mommy decides to keep Charlie in day diapers even after he no longer has to rest in the crib for a few days. Doris thinks this is a fitting punishment for Charlie's lack of ambition and sitting home all day. Doris takes the 3-pack of Gerber baby bottles to the kitchen to be washed. She found a 2-pack of Gerber toddler pink pacifiers and washes those too. Mommy returns to the nursery to find Charlie fast asleep. She slips a pacifier in his mouth and begins to suck on it like when he was a baby boy. This is all perfect, Doris thinks, and she will be using the playpen and high chair. Because he fell out of bed and was injured, Charlie's whole life has changed. Much of the extra babying is due to his bad behavior, and this will go on for a long time. Doris calls Dr. Cindy Brown on the telephone to thank her again for her help with little Charlie. Hello, Dr. Brown, I am calling to thank you for the crib, diapers, and everything else you provided, Doris said. I have Charlie diapered, dressed, and resting in his crib. That is wonderful, Doris, Dr. Brown said. I added the extra items since I knew little Charlie needed some discipline. As a diapered toddler girl, he will learn to behave better. He was shocked to see the girls' youth crib and even more shocked to see the diapers and plastic baby panties, Doris said. Thanks for the diaper table. He did not know what it was at first. Charlie chose to be lazy and sit around home all day, Dr. Brown said. Let him do this as a toddler girl. The ladies chatted a little longer before hanging up the phone. Doris assured Dr. Brown that Charlie will remain a toddler girl. She told Dr. Brown about how Charlie's evening bath will go, including his body hair removal. Being a dominant female, Dr. Brown loved that this is taking place. Doris assures her when Charlie comes in for a follow-up visit in a week, he will be a diapered toddler girl named Charlene. After the long phone call, Doris fills a baby bottle with warm baby formula and brings it to Charlie. A few cans were in one of the boxes. Charlie is just waking up and still sucking on his pacifier. Mommy pulls that out and inserts the baby bottle's nipple. This startles Charlie, but he can't speak at the moment. I have fixed you some nourishing warm baby formula to drink, Mommy said. Finish your bottle while I hold it for you. This surprised Charlie, but he instinctively starts sucking on the bottle's nipple and getting formula. 15 minutes go by before little Charlie finishes his bottle. He don't know a stool softener laxative was added to the formula. Charlie already has to pee and wants out of the crib. Use your diaper, sweetie, your doctor said to keep off your feet for a few days, Mommy said with a smile. I will change you later. Mommy leaves the room with the empty bottle after putting the pacifier back in Charlie's mouth. He wiggles around and realizes he is peeing his diaper for the first time in many years. The medication for pain has him drowsy and he drifts back asleep. Little Charlie wakes less than an hour later and he is pooping his diaper. Drowsy or not, this upsets Charlie and he can't believe this is happening. "Mommy, Mommy, come and change my diaper," Charlie hollered from the nursery. "First I wet and then I woke up messing my diaper." "Good baby girl asking to be changed," Mommy replied entering the nursery. "Your medicine must have relaxed your bowels. I will pick you up and place you on your diaper changing table." Part 4. Charlie has wet and messed his diaper and needs changing. Mommy lowered the crib side and picked up Charlie. She places him on the diaper mat on his changing table. A clean diaper is ready and so are the needed diaper rash cream, baby powder, and baby wipes. "First I unsnap your pink onesie and pull it up out of the way," Mommy said.
Megan
Next
shook
I
her
take
head
off
still
your pink
but
plastic
didn't seem able to
panties.
resist as he mother
Now I
undid the
untape
buckles
your
of
wet
her
and messy
shortles,
diaper
letting
and
them
dispose
drop
of
to
it.
her ankles with a plop.
Mommy is smiling
Megan
and
shut
content to
her
be
eyes to
changing diapers again. Most of the mess is removed with the diaper. Toilet paper is used to clean up the remaining poop. This will be flushed down the toilet. Baby wipes are used to clean Charlie's diaper area real good. He blushes red-faced at what is happening. "The medicine is wearing off and I am pretty sore again," Charlie tells Mommy. "I am starting to get hungry for supper." Mommy slips a clean diaper under Charlie's bottom and pulls it up between his legs. She tapes it on snugly and puts the pink plastic panties back on Charlie. His pink onesie is pulled down properly and snapped at the crotch. The diaper change took less than 5 minutes. "It is 6 p.m. sweetie and you need some supper," Mom said to Charlie. She picks him up and carries Charlie with his legs around her waist and arms around her neck. Charlie gets another big surprise when he is carried to the kitchen and placed in a large high chair. The food tray is locked in place and a bib tied around Charlie's neck. The bib says baby girl and is white with pink bunnies. "Mother, why did you buy me this high chair?" Charlie asked, puzzled. "Because you are my diapered toddler girl and must eat in a high chair," Doris explained. "Call me Mommy please, not Mother." Mommy explains to Charlie that she has ignored his bad behavior and laziness long enough. She explains he is her toddler girl and will remain her toddler girl for a year or longer unless he is very well behaved. He got away with a lot but is being punished for it for a long time. His falling out of bed has led to this embarrassing punishment. Dr. Brown has had a lot to do with his present situation. "After a few days of rest you can be out of your crib during the day," Mommy explained. "You will remain in diapers both day and night." Doris called the grocery store and had jarred baby food delivered while Charlie rested. She has a whole case of baby formula for Charlie. He is spoon-fed yellow squash and creamed peas by Mommy. When she is finished, 4 of the little jars are empty. A baby bottle is filled with warm formula and given to Charlie after Mommy puts a pain pill in his mouth. "Drink up and swallow your pain medication," Mommy said. "Soon you will be back in your crib with the sides up for safety. You will not be falling out of bed and getting hurt again." After drinking his bottle, Charlie is finished with dinner. He is given a second baby bottle of cold water to drink. Charlie is carried to his crib and put down so Mommy can raise the side rail until it locks. He must drink plenty of water like usual to stay hydrated. A pink teddy bear is placed next to Charlie and he hugs the bear drinking his bottle. "It will likely be more than a year before I even think of potty training you again," Mommy said, disappointing Charlie. "After your morning bath and feminization I will start calling you baby Charlene." Mommy explains to Charlie that he has a follow-up visit with Dr. Cindy Brown in a week. He will be taken there as a toddler girl called baby Charlene in a diaper and dress. His new age is considered to be 5 even if he is a bit bigger than a 5-year-old. His size is that of a 7-year-old. "You are not bigger than a 7-year-old little girl," Mommy said, smiling. "I will consider you to be age 5 and still a diaper-dependent toddler girl." "Mommy, I don't wet or have accidents, so why do I need diapers all the time?" Charlie asked. "I will need them if you keep me in diapers." "Yes honey, soon you will be diaper dependent and I will be changing you every day like a baby or toddler," Mommy continued. "No need to fight this sweetie since you have no choice but to obey Mommy. I guess I should have found a job long ago," Charlie concluded, "You are punishing me for being lazy and sitting home all day." "Yes, sweetie, your falling out of bed and needing a crib made me realize you are not mature at all for age 19, Mommy lectured. "I have decided to punish you with the help of your pediatrician." After the long talk, Charlie become drowsy again from his medication. He hugs the bear and falls back asleep knowing what the future is going to be like. Mommy goes to the kitchen and fixes supper for herself. She takes a warm bubble bath and puts on her pajamas early. "It is 9 p.m. little Charlie, and I think you may need changing again," Mommy said entering the nursery. "You are in your crib for the night after I change you." "Yes, Mommy, I peed again while sleeping," Charlie said, surprised by this. "I could not feel it happen and woke up wet." Charlie is diaper changed on the changing table again. This time Mommy dresses him in a very cute pink nylon girl's nightgown. The nightgown is short and well above Charlie's knees. It is a little girl's nightgown but fits Charlie. The nightgown has short puffy sleeves with white lace. The high rounded neck has white lace and so does the hemline. Plastic rubber panties are put on Charlie that match. Part 5. After a good night's sleep in the crib, Charlie is feeling a little better as far as aches and pains. He woke up a couple of times during the night thinking he can get out of bed. Charlie then remembered he is locked in a crib for his own safety. Charlie is wet this morning and messy too. His diaper needs changing. "Good morning, Charlie, I have fixed a warm bubble bath for you," Mom said. "This will help your aches and pains, so just relax, sweetie." Charlie is allowed out of his crib wearing a diaper, pink rubber panties, and a girl's pink nightgown. Mommy undresses Charlie, including taking off his wet and messy diaper. Charlie is cleaned with toilet paper and baby wipes and taken naked to the bathroom. "Stand still on the bath mat for a few minutes," Mommy said. "I have a cream to rub on your legs." Mommy takes a permanent hair remover and rubs it all over both of Charlie's legs and thighs. He has very little leg hair, but it will be gone. Mommy goes up further and rubs the cream all over Charlie's bottom. She rubs it all around on his crotch and private parts. That small amount of hair will be gone too. Charlie has no hair on his arms, chest, or stomach. He has a bit of peach fuzz to be removed on his face. "Your whiskers have not grown much for a 19-year-old, Mommy said. "Stand still while I rub this on your face." Charlie is starting to figure out this is Mommy's hair remover. He becomes upset knowing what the result will be. Mommy has Charlie stand still for 5 minutes as the hair and roots dissolve. "Okay, baby girl, you can soak in the tub for a minute," Mommy said. "I will wash you with soap and a washcloth and all your hair will be gone." "I did not want you to remove my body hair, Mommy," Charlie objected. "Relax, sweetie, you did not have much hair anyway and now you will be very feminine like a little girl," Mommy said. "I know that and did not want to be more feminine," Charlie explained. Mommy soaps up a wet washcloth and has Charlie stand in the tub. She rubs the little man with soap from head to toe. His small amount of body hair washes away completely. Charlie sits again and closes his eyes as the hair is washed from his face. Mother rinses Charlie off, wiping him again with the washcloth without any soap. His hair is washed with baby shampoo and rinsed with clean water from a cup. "You will smell pretty too from the flowery bubble bath," Mommy said, getting Charlie out of the tub. She takes a fluffy clean white towel and dries Charlie. His long brown hair is combed while wet to get out any tangles. Charlie looks in the mirror and sees his feminine body. Mommy loves the results of her bath and hair removal. "You made me just like a little girl without body hair," Charlie said. "Yes, Charlene, no one will be able to figure out you are really a boy anymore," Mommy said, "unless they end up changing your diaper." Charlie don't like that name but is stuck with it. He is taken back to the nursery and put on the diaper table. Charlie is feeling a bit better this morning but still in some pain. Mommy applies diaper rash cream and uses baby powder to prepare Charlene for her diaper. A clean diaper is spread open and placed under Charlene's bottom. Mommy just lifts her by the ankles and slips the diaper in place. You will spend today in your crib resting, Mommy said, pulling the diaper up between Charlene's legs and taping it on tightly. I am not tired but do feel a little sore from the fall, Charlie admitted. Charlene is dressed in a clean pair of pink plastic panties. Her pink nightgown is clean and put back on for in the crib. Charlene sits so Mommy can blow dry her hair and brush it. A ponytail is put on each side of Charlene's head and tied with a small pink ribbon. This makes Charlene embarrassed even more. She is dressed in pink lacy top girls socks and is ready for bed. Mommy places Charlene in her crib and raises up the side rail. Little Charlie is quite embarrassed about being little Charlene. He thinks about how this treatment is going to last for at least a year. Mommy brings a warm bottle of formula for Charlene and pain medication. Open up for your pill and then drink this, baby, Mommy said. This is your breakfast and then you can rest. I am not tired but I guess I will be when the medicine hits me, Charlene said after swallowing her pill with warm formula. Relax and get some sleep, I will check on you later, Mommy said. Doris goes to the kitchen and makes coffee and pancakes with butter. She is pleased to be treating Charlie this way since he deserves it for being lazy and not working for so long. Doris imagines how cute little Charlene will be in a dress. House cleaning chores are done by Doris until she checks on Charlene at noon. Charlene is sleeping and wearing a wet diaper. Mommy wakes her for a diaper change and some lunch. Wake up, sleepy head, you need a diaper change and some lunch, Mommy said, getting Charlene up. Charlene is carried from her crib to the diaper table and placed on the changing mat. The nightgown is lifted up and her plastic panties taken off. A wet diaper is untaped and thrown away. Charlene is cleaned up, diaper rash cream is used, and baby powder applied before putting on the clean diaper. Mommy tapes it on tight and puts the plastic panties back on. Charlene is stood on her feet and her nightgown falls back in place. Mommy picks her up and carries her to the kitchen. Charlene is placed in her high chair and made ready to eat. Mommy spoon feeds Charlene baby beef stew with stewed prunes. The prunes were yucky but the beef stew was edible. Charlie, as Charlene does not like baby food. Drink some cold water and then I will give you banana pudding for dessert, Mommy said, getting her a sandwich to eat. Thanks, Mommy, this will wash down those stewed prunes, Charlie said. I would prefer to eat adult food. All the soft baby food, formula, and water have given Charlene more bowel movements than normal. After lunch, Charlene is put back in the crib again. It is not long before she messes her diaper with soft poop like a baby does. Charlene drifts off to sleep before telling Mommy. In a couple hours, Mommy comes in the nursery to check on Charlene. She barely notices the poopy smell but realizes Charlene needs changing again. Charlene is woke up. At the same time she suddenly pees her diaper. Charlene remembers she messed the diaper earlier. Mommy, I need changing again and go to the bathroom more often, Charlene said, wanting out of the wet messy diaper. Get used to this, sweetie, Doris said nicely. Mommy is here to take care of you and change your diapers. Charlene is carried from the crib to the diaper table again. Mommy changes her like an expert. Charlene is wearing a nice comfortable clean diaper and locked back in her crib in her pink nightgown. She can rest for a few hours until the next diaper change is needed. Part 6. Today is Thursday, the 4th day of June in the year 1995. On Monday night, little Charlie fell out of bed at 4 a.m., which was early on Tuesday. He was taken to see his female pediatrician Dr. Cindy Brown at 9 a.m. Tuesday morning. Charlie has bruises along with sprain injuries from his fall out of bed. Things could have been worse. Dr. Cindy Brown remembered Charlie falling out of bed as a toddler and having to sleep in a crib longer than normal. For Charlie's safety, she sent a crib to his home and insists Charlie start sleeping in a crib again. Dr. Brown included diapers since Charlie will be sleeping in the crib with the sides up. A diaper table was included with his crib. To Mother Doris's surprise, other items are delivered to her home which are paid for by her health insurance. Little Charlie, who is 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighs only 80 pounds at age 19, is shocked by the delivery. Dr. Brown included plastic baby panties with a full case of 96 6-tape disposable youth-size diapers which are very thick. Charlie had been getting away with being naughty. This included lack of effort to get a job, sitting home being lazy all day, bad manners, and a bad attitude. Dr. Brown, after hearing complaints from Charlie's mother, concluded he should be punished. She provided Mommy Doris with the extra items for this reason. Doris figured Charlie deserved punishment and she made Charlie into a toddler girl named Baby Charlene. The additional items Dr. Brown had delivered included a high chair, playpen, little girl's clothing, baby bottles, pacifiers, baby formula, and diapering supplies like diaper rash cream and baby powder. Charlie about freaked out when he saw all this stuff for him. The crib alone was bad enough, he understood it would be safer to sleep in. He is shocked to be diapered not only every night but during the day too. The doctor ordered him to have a few days of rest in the crib for his injuries. Mom gladly applied diaper punishment and petticoat punishment. Yesterday Charlie woke up and is given a bath to remove all body hair and feminize Charlie as Charlene. He was dressed in a girl's nightgown along with diapers and plastic pants. Charlene was confined to her crib for the day. She wet and messed her diaper several times Wednesday. A new day has just begun on Thursday. This will be the last day of needed bed rest and pain medication for Charlie. He wakes at 8 a.m. to Mommy coming into the nursery. She knows Charlie will need a diaper change right away. Mommy picks up Charlene from the crib and lays her on the diaper table. "You will have to stay off your feet and rest again today," Mommy said. "I will change your diaper and you can remain in your nightgown." "Yes, Mommy, I hope tomorrow I can walk and get exercise again," little Charlene replied. "You should stop diapering me during the day." "You know that is not going to happen, Charlene," Mommy insisted. "I am keeping you in diapers as baby Charlene for at least 1 year to punish you for your bad behavior since graduating high school." Wow. Once again Charlie as Charlene realizes Mommy is serious about this. She is cleaned up before diaper rash cream and baby powder are used. Mommy lifts her by the ankles and slips a clean diaper in place. The diaper is brought up between her legs and taped on snugly. Pink plastic romper panties are put on Charlene that match her nightgown. Mommy washed and dried those yesterday. Charlie as Charlene is embarrassed by this baby girl treatment with diapers. He is not able to stop mother from doing this and easily picked up and overpowered if needed. Mommy Doris loves the change and having a regressed adult male back in diapers as a little girl. "Okay, Charlene, as soon as I brush your hair and fix you ponytails we can have breakfast," Mommy said. "Today we are having instant oatmeal." Charlene's hair is brushed neatly and put in 2 ponytails with a pink ribbon tied around them. Charlie looks just like a little toddler girl. Mommy carries him to the kitchen and places Charlene in her high chair with a bib around her neck. Charlene gets a baby bottle of warm formula first while water boils for the oatmeal. "I have fixed 2 bowls of oatmeal with apples and cinnamon," Mommy said. "One is for me and the other I will feed to you." Mommy puts Charlene's baby bottle on the food tray and begins to spoon feed baby Charlene her oatmeal. This takes about 5 minutes and Mommy has a seat to eat breakfast. Charlene finishes her bottle and is given a pain pill. This helps keep her pain-free and a bit drowsy. "Time to put you back in the crib, sweetie," Mommy said, getting Charlene out of her high chair after wiping her mouth clean. Mommy carries baby Charlene to the nursery and locks her safely in her crib. The high sides make it very confining. Charlene has a pink teddy bear. Mommy put a pink pacifier in Charlene's mouth and will be back shortly with a baby bottle of cold water. Mommy cleans the kitchen and takes time to pay a few bills by mail. "Here, Charlene, drink up your cold water before resting again," Mommy said, handing the baby bottle to Charlene. "Yes, Mommy, but all this liquid will cause me to wet my diaper," Charlene said. "Soft food is making me mess my diaper too." "No worries, honey, Mommy is here to change your diapers," she said. Charlene is diaper changed before lunch and fed baby food in the high chair. She is spoon-fed creamed corn with ham along with stewed prunes. Charlene is back in the crib for the afternoon. I will check on you again before supper at 6 p.m., Mommy Doris said. Just before 6 p.m. Charlene is found to have a wet and messy diaper that needs changing. Mommy carries her to the diaper table and does another expert diaper change. In her high chair Charlene is fed creamed peas and yellow squash. The last pain pill is given to Charlene. Drink up your baby bottle of water and you are going back in the crib, Mommy insisted. Tomorrow you can be up during the day. Charlene is a little drowsy as Mommy locks her in the crib again. She falls asleep until about 9 p.m. when Charlene calls Mommy for another diaper change. Mommy takes care of this, but this is the last diaper change until morning. Charlene is back in her crib. She wet and messes her diaper by the time morning arrives. Baby Charlene, it is time to get you up and in a clean diaper, Mommy said smiling as she entered the nursery. Charlene is picked up out of her crib and placed on the diaper table. Her nightgown is removed, then her pink plastic romper panties. Mommy untapes and disposes of a wet and messy diaper. Charlene is cleaned with toilet paper and then baby wipes. I will give you another bath this evening, Mommy said as she rubbed in diaper rash cream and baby powder on Charlene's diaper area. Today I am putting you in a pretty pink sundress with a lovely white petticoat. You will look adorable. This does not please Charlie, who is forced to be Charlene. Her clean diaper is taped on snugly and milky white plastic panties are put on. Mommy puts a pair of white tights on Charlene. The silky and soft white nylon full petticoat is put on Charlene. The pink sundress is next and they both fit perfectly. Pink lacy socks are put on Charlene's feet and her hair is redone in perfect ponytails. Go ahead and walk, sweetie, and take a look in the mirror, Doris said. Part 7. After looking in a full-length mirror, Charlie is stunned at how much he looks like the little girl Charlene. Mommy has dressed him for the day and Charlene can walk around and get exercise again. Charlene is not stiff and sore anymore and making a good recovery from her fall out of bed at 4 a.m. Tuesday morning. Today is Friday the 5th of June. I must get pictures of you in this outfit, Mommy said. Let me apply a bit of makeup first. Pink lip gloss is put on Charlene along with a bit of blush on the cheeks. Mommy takes several pictures to add to the ones she took secretly. She has pictures of Charlene sleeping in her crib wearing the pink nightgown. A few pictures show her pink romper panties clearly over a thick diaper. More pictures will be taken to make a baby photo album. I hope you adjust to your new situation of being baby Charlene, Mommy said. Nothing will change for at least 1 year. If you are allowed to be Charlie again after a year or so, you will still sleep diapered in your crib. Potty training will not occur before then. Mommy is showing no letting up on her extended punishment. She no longer cares that Charlie is unemployed as long as he is baby Charlene. Maybe after a year or so he can be potty trained and given a chance to act mature like any 19-year-old male should. Charlene has a doctor's appointment on Monday with her pediatrician. When we see Dr. Cindy Brown again, I will order a case of diapers be delivered every 2 weeks, Mommy said, and more plastic panties. Charlene is fully feminized and wearing her pink sundress. She has on a thick diaper, milky white plastic panties, white tights, and pink socks. Charlene is dressed in shiny black strap shoes. After breakfast, a short walk outside will provide Charlene with needed exercise. Mommy, I don't want to go outside in diapers as a little girl, she said. You are going to anyway and the neighbors will not know who you are. I want to see that you can walk okay after your fall. I made some cream of wheat hot cereal to feed you for breakfast. Charlene is put in her high chair with a bib on to protect her dress. Over your lips and past your gums, open up baby, here it comes, Mommy said, teasing Charlene as she feeds her. A baby bottle of cold water is fixed to go with the meal. Charlene drinks that while Mommy eats and does dishes. Charlene is glad to get out of her high chair and walks fine around the house. It will be embarrassing for Charlie to go outside as Charlene. Neighbors will wonder who this little girl is and where is Charlie. Okay baby, we are ready to go out front and take a short walk, Mommy said, grabbing Charlene by her hand. Out the front door they go with Charlie dressed like a toddler girl. He hopes not to have to speak to anyone. It is 10 a.m. on a sunny warm day outside of Macon, Georgia in the suburbs. No one appears to be out as Mommy and little girl take a walk to the end of their short street. Little Charlene is walking well after a few days of resting. They turn around and head back toward home on the same side of the street. About halfway back, Miss Julie Carter comes outside to say hello. She is friends with Doris and knows little Charlie. Charlene tells Mommy to keep on walking. She instead waits to talk to her friend. Hello Doris, I see you are out getting some exercise, Julie said. Who is this cute little girl you are with? It's a long story, but this cute little girl is Charlie, who is now Charlene, Doris said, embarrassing Charlie. No, it can't be Charlie, he is too rough and tough to be a girl, Julie said. This little girl could not possibly be Charlie. Julie looks closer at his face and notices they are the same size. Oh my goodness, that is your son Charlie. What did he do to deserve this punishment? He graduated from high school well over a year ago and never found a job, Doris said. Charlie laid around the house all day being lazy. He had a bad attitude and bad behavior, Doris explains while thinking. His punishment began after Charlie fell out of bed and the doctor sent a crib for him to sleep in, Doris continued. She gave me diapers, a crib and little girl's clothes. I am sorry to hear Charlie fell out of bed and a crib makes good sense, Julie stated. I hope he was not injured badly. Charlie went to the doctor and appears to be fine after a few days of crib rest, Doris explained. He was diapered the whole time. It sounds like he deserves the little girl punishment to me, Julie said. I can see his diaper makes the short dress flare out. Are you keeping him in diapers as a little girl? Yes, Julie, I plan on doing this for at least 1 year and see how it goes after that, Doris said. I guess everyone will eventually find out. Charlene is stunned to have Mommy give him away as Charlie. This is the last thing he wanted to happen. Julie will likely tell others about this. Mommy flips up Charlene's sundress to show her plastic panties and diaper under the tights. Charlie is red in the face and wants to leave. He has not said anything. You sure are pretty as Charlene, Julie said. This punishment must be embarrassing for an adult male that is small like you are. Yes ma'am, I could do without being punished this way, Charlene said. Mommy is not giving me any choice about this. Nice to see you again, Julie, Doris said. We need to continue our walk and go back inside where it is cooler. If you need a babysitter, let me know, Julie said, teasing Charlene. I can change diapers. Charlene is glad they are leaving and anxious to get back in the house. Charlie's new situation as Charlene is no longer a secret. Julie went inside and called a couple of lady friends on the street. Charlene has not been in the playpen yet, so Mommy puts her in there. It is a big playpen with high sides making it impossible to step out of. Mommy has some chores to do and turns on the television. Captain Kangaroo is on and then Bugs Bunny for Charlene to watch. She will not be watching adult programming anymore. In the playpen, Charlene wets her diaper after about an hour. Mommy is busy doing the laundry. Mommy, I wet my diaper and need changing, hollers Charlene. Okay sweetie, but I am folding some clothes, Mommy hollered back. After finishing the laundry, Mommy comes to get Charlene out of the playpen. She is lifted up and carried to the nursery. Her pretty dress and petticoat are taken off before Charlene is laid on the diaper table. Mommy takes her tights off next and then plastic panties. A wet diaper is removed and disposed of. Charlene is cleaned with baby wipes. I will have you in a fresh clean diaper in a jiffy, Mommy said, rubbing in diaper rash cream and sprinkling baby powder on Charlene. Charlene is lifted by the ankles and a clean diaper is slid in place. Mommy pulls it up between her legs and tapes it on tight. The plastic panties are put back on and the tights. Charlene stands to have her petticoat and dress put back on. Okay, sweetie, have fun around the house for a while, Mommy said. Part 8. Friday evening. Charlene is given another warm bubble bath and her hair is washed with baby shampoo. Mommy wet combs her hair and dries Charlene with a large soft towel that is pink. Charlene is taken to the diaper table in her nursery and put back in a diaper. This time Mommy dresses her in yellow plastic panties. A yellow nightgown similar to the pink one is put on Charlene for overnight. Mommy, I want to watch television before going to bed later, Charlene said, not children's programming please. You are a child as my little girl and no adult shows are allowed, Mommy said. Charlene is allowed to watch the Disney Channel until 9 p.m. when Mommy insists it is bedtime. Still in a clean diaper, Charlene is taken to the nursery and put to bed in her crib. Mommy returns with a baby bottle of warm formula and Charlene nurses it down. Have a good night's rest. Mommy is glad you are all right now after your nasty fall out of bed the other night, Doris said, leaving the nursery. The entire weekend is spent with Charlene being diaper changed as needed and eating baby food meals in her high chair. Mommy has her wearing various dresses, onuses, and even a skirt and girl's t-shirt. Charlene always sleeps diapered in her crib with a nightgown on. Mommy bathes Charlene every evening and washes her hair. It is always blown dry and put in 2 pigtails on each side of her head. During the day Charlene has light makeup applied with her outfits. No one has stopped by to visit, but Doris got a few unexpected phone calls. Julie gossiped to a few of the neighbors and they called Doris to find out if this story about Charlie being Charlene is true. Doris politely explained the situation to her friends and got approval from them for her discipline of lazy little Charlie as baby Charlene. Moving ahead in the story, it is Monday morning, the 8th day of June. Charlie has a follow-up doctor's appointment with Dr. Cindy Brown, who is a pediatrician. She wants to make sure Charlie recovered from his fall out of bed last week. Mommy gets Charlie, who is Charlene, up and out of her crib at 8 a.m. The doctor's appointment is at 9 a.m. Wake up, Charlene, you have a doctor's appointment in an hour, Mommy said, getting her out of the crib and on the diaper table. Charlene was bathed before bed last night and her hair washed. This morning Mommy removes a wet diaper and cleans Charlene up nicely. A clean A10-6 tape disposable diaper is put on Charlene. Pink plastic rumba panties are put on Charlene. They have 5 rows of white lace across the backside. Charlene is dressed in a petticoat and fancy pink dress that is clean and ready to wear. Let me redo the ponytails in your hair with fresh pink ribbon, Mommy said, taking care of this. Pink lip gloss is applied to Charlene's lips and blush on her cheeks. A pair of white lacy top socks are put on Charlene and black strap shoes. Mommy has a diaper bag packed and they will have breakfast at a local restaurant after the doctor's appointment. You look real pretty as Charlene, Mommy said. I want Dr. Black to see you as a little toddler girl. I would rather she saw me again as Charlie, Charlene said. I don't wish to be a toddler girl. Mommy could not help but giggle about this. Dr. Brown had a lot to do with Charlie becoming Charlene. By 8:30 they leave the house in Doris's car, which is almost brand new. Mommy has the diaper bag in the car. Good morning, Doris, Nurse Dolene said. Is this little Charlie? Yes, this is Charlie as Charlene, my little toddler girl still in diapers, Doris explained to the nurse. He is very pretty as Charlene and I bet Dr. Black will love seeing her, Nurse Dolene said. Have a seat and I will take you back in a minute. A few minutes later Mommy and Charlene are seated in the exam room waiting for Dr. Brown. She walks in to see a cute little girl instead of Charlie. Doris points out that her name is Charlene for the records. Little Charlie, you sure have changed in 1 week, Dr. Brown said, smiling at Charlie. You are adorable as Charlene, sweetie. Tell Dr. Brown thank you for the compliment and for all the nice things she had delivered to our home, Doris insisted, looking at Charlene. Thank you, doctor, for the compliment and all the stuff you sent to my house, including my crib so I don't fall out of bed, Charlene said nicely. You did a wonderful job of making Charlie into Charlene, Dr. Brown said. I already see he is more polite and obedient. Mommy removes Charlene's dress and petticoat so Charlene can be examined. The doctor looks her over and finds all the bruises are gone. Charlene moves well and shows no sign of any lingering injuries. Dr. Brown giggled seeing Charlie in a diaper and plastic panties. Charlene is redressed again and walked back to the waiting room. She has a lollipop for being so good. Dr. Cindy Black wants to speak to Mom in her office. The nurse will keep an eye on Charlene. They are the first patient of the day again this week. I took care of the things we talked about over the phone on Friday, Dr. Black said as they chat in her office. Charlene is on record as 5 years old and still in diapers. I obtained a birth certificate for her. You are amazing, Dr. Black, and thank you for helping out, Doris said. The medical records now show Doris has a daughter age 5 instead of a son age 19. They show Charlie is no longer a patient because he left town to go live with his father. A change of identity is successful and things will stay this way. Thanks for the new birth certificate, Doris said. I now have proof that I have a 5-year-old girl to raise. Yes, ma'am, it was my pleasure to make the change permanent, Dr. Brown responded. I will have that case of diapers delivered every 2 weeks like you requested. New plastic panties will be included. Charlie is in the waiting room and not aware of his permanent identity change. Mommy will break this to him gently when the time comes. Doris returns to the waiting room so Dr. Brown can see the next patient. The small family goes back to the car and to the restaurant. If your diaper is wet, I can change you in the ladies' room, Doris said. Yes, Mommy, I wet myself in the waiting room, Charlene admitted. At the small diner, Mommy and Charlene are seated at a table. The hostess tells Doris there is a diaper changing table in the ladies' room. Mommy and Charlene go there with the diaper bag in hand. The toddler diaper table pulls down from the wall where it is mounted. Charlene is small enough to use it safely. Charlene's dress and petticoat are removed and put on a hanger. Mommy picks up Charlene and places her on the changing table. Her plastic rubber panties are removed and so is a wet diaper. Suddenly the waitress comes in to ask if Doris wants hot coffee. She looks and sees this little toddler girl has a penis. Charlene blushed badly. Excuse me, ma'am, Misty said, did you want a cup of hot coffee? Yes, thank you, bring some milk for a baby bottle, Doris said. Epilogue. At the restaurant, the family has returned to their table. Doris has hot coffee and the milk is put in Charlene's baby bottle. Mommy orders scrambled eggs with ham and cheese for both of them. This is a treat for Charlene being so good at the doctor's office. You were very well behaved at the doctor's office, so you get regular food this morning, Mommy told Charlene. The meal is brought in 10 minutes and enjoyed by Mommy and little girl. They draw some attention from other guests who find Charlene adorable. She is teased about needing diapers at her age by an older woman. All is well when the bill is paid and they return back home. Mommy has some things to tell Charlene and maybe it is best to get them out of the way. They sit in the living room with Charlene on Mommy's lap as she bottle feeds her cold water. I have some news you will not like, sweetie, Mommy said, holding the bottle in Charlene's mouth. Dr. Black has a birth certificate that shows you are Charlene age 5 and still in diapers. The record shows Charlie has moved out of town to live with his father, Mommy continued to a very surprised Charlene. I am raising you again from age 5 until adulthood as my daughter Charlene. Mommy, that is not fair. Charlene said, turning away from her bottle. I am an adult male age 19 and don't care to start over. You are Charlene, my little toddler girl age 5 and staying this way, Mommy insisted. This has all been arranged legally, sweetie. Any argument or misbehavior could lead to a spanking. Charlie is full grown and will remain this size as Charlene forever. In 13 years she will technically become an adult but will not be bigger. Mommy is keeping Charlene in diapers for the rest of her life at home. Mommy shoves the baby bottle back in Charlene's mouth, making her drink up and be quiet. Mommy explains that after 13 years she hopes to have found a perfect woman to dominate Charlie as Charlene for the rest of his life. Mommy will always be part of his baby girl treatment. In a week Dr. Brown will have the small restrictive chastity device I ordered for you, Mommy said to Charlene's surprise. I will bring you in, have her fit you in the device, lock it on tight, and give me the key. This shocks Charlie as Charlene. What else could possibly go wrong? He is a diapered toddler girl now and for the rest of his life. Even after getting married his wife will dominate Charlene with Mommy's help. That will be at least 13 years from now. In a year I will start to homeschool you from the first grade up through high school, Mommy said with more bad news for Charlene. You will never use the potty again and are already diaper dependent. Wow. This is all a shock to Charlene. What happened to being a toddler girl for just a year? That was bad enough. Charlie knows Mommy is serious about this. Being so small he will always be wearing cute toddler girl's clothing with diapers and plastic baby panties. Mommy, you can't do this to me. Charlene exclaimed, I don't want to be put in a chastity cage and remain a toddler girl forever. Take my diaper and these baby girls' clothes off of me. Charlie has lost control as Charlene after all the bad news. Talking back to Mommy this way is unacceptable. Mommy warns Charlene to behave and get used to being a toddler girl. The change is permanent for Charlie. Mommy hopes to find Charlene a wife later. Time passes with Charlie as Charlene's slowly getting used to being 5 years old again. After a while Charlie starts to like being Charlene. This pleases Mommy a lot and she can only smile. The end. Frankie was looking forward to his birthday. It was in 2 days and he was looking forward to getting a year older, getting presents, and his birthday party. He was 6.5 years old and couldn't wait to be 7. Everyone he saw, he announced that he was turning 7. 7-year-olds were big kids. They went to 2nd grade in the 2 to 3 wing of the building. They got to stay up a half hour later on school nights. They lose more baby teeth and get more grown-up teeth. They were no longer babies, they could sit in the car without a booster seat. 7-year-olds never wet the bed like babies. Frankie almost never wet the bed anymore, but now as a 7-year-old, it would never happen again. He would get to order off of the grown-up menu at restaurants and would no longer qualify for a kid rate at the zoo. Frankie was playing on the playground with his friend Milton. He was commenting on how he was looking forward to turning 7 years old. Milton stopped what he was doing and looked straight at Frankie. Did you get your mom's permission? Milton asked. Frankie didn't know what he was talking about and gave him a weird look. Did your mom say you are going to turn 7 years old? Milton asked. What are you talking about, Milton? Frankie asked. He didn't understand what his friend was talking about. I am sure she will let you, don't worry about it. Milton said as he ran off to go down the slide again. Frankie had only met Milton at the beginning of the school year and found him strange at times, but he was fun to play with. He still liked to play with toys at recess, when a lot of the other boys were off playing soccer or playing on the jungle gym. Frankie was still confused by what Milton said, but shook it off as just another odd thing from Milton and went chasing after him. The next day was Saturday, and Frankie was getting tired of cleaning the house for the party. He didn't understand why he should have to clean the house for his own birthday party. Finally, after what seemed like hours, his mom let him go play with his toys. As he went running off, she told him to not make a big mess. At dinner that night, Frankie was commenting on how he was so excited about turning 7 years old. "Oh, I'm losing my baby boy," his mom said, looking at him with a strange look. This was a comment Frankie had heard before, but this time he couldn't get it out of his head. The comment Milton made yesterday was also going through his head. Was his mom going to let him turn 7 years old? This was crazy. Of course he was going to be turning 7. It was his birthday, and you always get a year older on your birthday. Don't you? Frankie didn't have time to think much about this, for his dad started talking about the family trip to the beach during spring break. Frankie hadn't been to the beach since he was 4 years old. He couldn't wait for the fun. He remembered making sandcastles, running in and out of the water with the waves, and burying his dad in the sand. He didn't like having to wear a diaper while on the trip, but he hadn't worn a diaper on family outings for 6 months. As a big 7-year-old, he wouldn't have to wear diapers or pull-ups again. Frankie was still thinking about the beach when he was sent up to bed. As his mom read the next chapter of the book she was reading for a bedtime story, he started to drift off to sleep, dreaming about his birthday party. The last thing he remembered was his mom kissing him goodnight and saying, "Sleep tight, my little darling. You have a big day ahead of you for such a little boy." The next morning Frankie woke up early. It didn't take long for him to realize it was his birthday. He jumped out of bed and went running downstairs. There was a big "Happy Birthday" sign at the bottom of the stairs. Frankie jumped down the last few steps and started screaming, "It's my birthday, it's my birthday." He then went running around the house looking for his presents. As he turned the corner, he ran right into his mom. "Slow down, little one, there are no presents till the party this afternoon. For now, let's get you changed out of that wet diaper and dressed for the day." "Diaper?" Frankie asked. He hadn't worn a diaper since he was 5, and on his 6th birthday, his mom said he was a big boy and let him wear pull-ups to bed instead of diapers. He almost never wore pull-ups anymore, only if he had 2 nighttime accidents in a row, and that almost never happened. What was she talking about, getting changed out of a wet diaper? Frankie looked down and saw a bulge that looked like a diaper under his pajamas. Frankie's mom picked him up and carried him upstairs. "Why do I have a diaper on, Mommy?" "Silly little boy, just because it is your 5th birthday, that doesn't mean you suddenly stopped wetting like you did when you were 4. 5th birthday? But I'm 7. 7, I'm not old enough to have a big 7-year-old. Today is your 5th birthday. No, Mommy, no, no, no. Me 7 years old today. Yesterday I was. Frankie suddenly stopped. He couldn't remember how old he was yesterday. He knew he wasn't 4, but couldn't remember how old he was. He couldn't remember yesterday at all. All he could remember was being excited about turning 7 years old and going to the beach. "Now I know you are excited, Frankie, but you need to be quiet. Alice is still asleep," Mom said this as she turned the corner into his baby sister's room. Frankie's mom then laid him down on the changing table. Frankie couldn't figure out what was going on. He was almost sure he went to bed wearing big boy underwear, but now his mom was laying him down on his 2-year-old sister's changing table to change his wet diaper. He was sure he was supposed to be 7 years old today, but Mommy keeps saying he is only turning 5. Before he could figure it out, his mom had cleaned him up and put a new diaper on him. "No, Mommy, me big boy. I want to wear big boy underwear for my birthday party. I'm not a baby." "Oh, Frankie, you are a big boy. You are a big 5-year-old today. In a few months my big boy will go off to kindergarten. But for today, sweetie, we don't want you having an accident in the middle of your party. My little 4-year-old, oh I'm sorry, 5-year-old, has lots of trouble getting to the potty on time when he is really excited. I think it will be better if you just stay in a diaper today. Mommy will worry about keeping you dry and clean today, and you just worry about having fun." Frankie had heard this before. He hadn't heard it since he was in preschool, but it meant Mommy would keep him in diapers all day no matter what. He could use the potty if he wanted to, but only with mommy or daddy's help. He wasn't allowed to take the diaper off himself. It was okay to have wet diapers. Poopy diapers were okay too, but Frankie tried to avoid these. He thought they were yucky. It also meant that if mommy and daddy were busy and didn't have time to help him use the potty, he would have to just go in the diaper. He could ask to have wet or messy diapers changed, but it would usually only happen when mommy decided it was time. Frankie had to admit he really didn't mind these days when he was a little kid, but he was a big 7-year-old now, not a baby who still needed diapers. While Frankie was thinking about this, his mom brought him into his room and dressed him for the day. She dressed him in some of his best clothes. After patting him on his diapered bottom, she sent him off to play till she had breakfast ready. He couldn't remember the last time he had a just worry about having fun day. He was sure it was a long time ago, but he couldn't remember. There were a lot of things he couldn't seem to remember, but he knew something was strange. He was sure he was 7 years old today and he was supposed to be going into 2nd grade in a few months. His mommy says he is only 5 years old today, and he is going into kindergarten in a few months. Frankie was confused. As he walked out of his room, he looked around. There was a railing on the side of his bed, so he wouldn't fall out at night. A talking Barney and his teddy bear were up against the railing. Diapers and wipes were on top of his dresser. A diaper genie was next to his bed. A Fisher-Price telephone and popping vacuum were on the floor. Everything looked right, but he also knew that it wasn't supposed to look like that. Something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what. At breakfast, he had to sit in a booster seat. His mom put a bib on him to keep his clothes clean. Although Frankie knew this wasn't normal for a 7-year-old, for some reason it felt ordinary and completely acceptable. He was confused. As the kids for the party arrived, he was even more confused. They were almost all 3- and 4-year-olds, little babies. A few 5-year-olds showed up, but most of the kids were 4 years old. This wasn't a party for a 7-year-old, it was a baby's party. Maybe his mom was right, maybe he really was turning 5 years old. Some of the kids were in diapers like he was, but most were not. There were no 6- and 7-year-olds. The party was fun. Everyone had fun, including Frankie. He quickly forgot that he was supposed to be turning 7, and was having fun as a 5-year-old. He got lots of fun presents. Part of him felt like he shouldn't like some of the presents, but he was having a harder time remembering why. After the party, he was getting his 3rd diaper changed that day. Again, mommy had brought him into his baby sister's room to change his diaper. So is my big 5-year-old having fun? Yes, mommy. Well, after your nap, I have another surprise for you. No nap, mommy. I am a big boy now. His mom chuckled as she was fastening up his diaper. Even big boys need to take naps, especially on big exciting days like their birthdays. But mummy you we. Frankie whined. Frankie, if you give me any hassles about going down for your nap and start acting like a baby, I will treat you like one. You will be taking your nap in Alice's crib. Frankie stopped the whining. He let his mom finish getting him dressed back up again, and then she carried him to his room. After tucking him into his bed and giving him his teddy bear, she kissed him on his forehead. Try to get some rest, little one, you have had quite a day so far and the hardest part is yet to come. Frankie didn't understand, but he curled up with his teddy and quickly fell asleep. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 Frankie's birthday. Part 2. When Frankie woke up, he was curled up in a ball with his teddy still in his arms and his thumb in his mouth. He looked down at his teddy and started talking to him. He was telling his teddy all about the birthday party and all the presents he got. In the middle of the conversation, his mom came in and went about changing his diaper with the supplies on his dresser. Frankie just kept talking to his teddy. Once he was changed, she picked him up and carried him downstairs, teddy still in his arms. Sitting on the couch was this woman he had never seen before with a kid on the floor in front of her playing with Frankie's Little People's Garage. Frankie, this is Jan and her son Milton. Frankie kept his eyes on Milton. He was playing with Frankie's toys. There was something about Milton that Frankie couldn't quite place. He knew he had never met Milton before, but he knew Milton. Milton was his friend. Frankie couldn't figure out how this could be. He was put down on the floor next to Milton. "Hi Frankie," Milton said with a big smile on his face. "Hi," Frankie hesitantly replied. Milton was a big kid. He was much older than Frankie, 6, maybe 7 years old. They started playing together. Frankie somehow knew Milton, he couldn't get this thought out of his mind. When the grown-ups went off together to get Alice up from her nap, Milton turned to Frankie and started talking quietly. "You know me, don't you?" he asked. "I think so." "Okay Frankie, think carefully here. Think about yesterday." "I don't remember anything about yesterday." Frankie quickly responded. "I know, but I bet you can tell me what you were thinking about just before going to bed last night." Frankie gave him a weird look and then started to smile. Yes, he could remember. He started to tell Milton all about it. He was thinking about the trip to the beach the family was planning and he couldn't wait to play on the beach without wearing a diaper. At this comment, Frankie looked down at his diaper and suddenly realized he would be wearing a diaper on the family trip to the beach. "Sorry about the diapers Frankie, but we don't have a lot of time before our mommies come back," Milton quietly said looking at the stairs going upstairs. "Come on Frankie, try to remember the rest. What else were you thinking about just before going to sleep?" 7-year-olds were big kids. I couldn't wait to be 7. I was thinking about you Milton, Frankie said even more confused than before. "How could I be thinking about you if I hadn't met you yet?" "I will explain everything later, but we are running out of time Frankie. Quick, try to remember what you were thinking about. Why were you thinking about me?" Frankie started thinking real hard. Mommy was tucking me in when she called me a little darling and said I had a big day ahead of me for such a little boy. Frankie stopped for a minute and smiled. Boy, she was right. "Come on Frankie," Milton said. "Stay focused. I know it is hard but it is very important for you to remember, and we are running out of time. Focus Frankie, focus." Mommy's comment reminded me about a question you asked me Milton. We were at school, on the playground, and you asked if Mommy had given me permission to get older. At the time I thought it was a weird question, but just before falling to sleep I started to think about it again. I was wondering if Mommy could stop me from having a birthday and getting older. Just then they heard their mommies coming down the stairs. Milton put his finger to his mouth and turned back to the cars. They didn't have a chance to talk again for about half an hour. Alice had a poopy diaper that needed to be changed, so the mommies went upstairs again. "What happened Milton?" Frankie quietly asked once the mommies were out of sight. "Am I really 7 years old?" "I'm sorry Frankie," Milton said after taking a deep breath. "Yesterday you were 6 years old and in 1st grade. Today you are 5 years old and in preschool. Mommies and daddies get to decide every year if you get older or not. Your age has to change on your birthday, so if they don't let you get older, you get younger. The hardest part is you lose 2 years. You are about to turn 7, now you are a kid who just turned 5. Why can't I remember being 6 years old? When you get younger, you lose everything that happened to you since the first time you had the particular birthday. With you, since you had your 5th birthday today, you would have lost all your memories of being 5 and 6 years old. Why do I remember you, Milton? When you are thinking about something during the transformation, it stays. You were real excited about the trip to the beach, turning 7, and curious about my question. Those are the things you remember. The only things. Frankie again looked down at his diapers. They were wet at the moment, and he didn't remember wetting them. I don't know why you are back in diapers, Milton said. You're 5 years old, not a baby. That has never happened to me. I am a big boy. I can use the big boy potty, but sometimes mommy puts me in diapers just in case. I don't always get all my pee-pee in the potty, so mommy says I sometimes need diapers. I'm sorry, Frankie, it must be tough being back in diapers. Mommy says lots of little boys and girls like me still wear diapers. I was hoping I wouldn't have to wear them during the day once I turned 5, but mommy thought I should today. Listening to Frankie talk, Milton could tell he was no longer the kid he used to play with. Frankie was now just a little kid. A little kid in diapers. Milton was almost 7 years old, again. Frankie was the best friend he had ever remembered having, and now he was just a little baby. Milton didn't understand, he didn't know any 5-year-olds who still wore diapers. Frankie seemed just fine with them, like he wore them all the time. Watching him, Milton could tell Frankie's 5-year-old attention span would keep him from retaining any memory of the transformation. He really was a little 4-year-old who just turned 5. When the mommies came back down, Frankie's went right over to him and checked to see if he needed changing. She picked him up and brought him upstairs. This time Milton's mom stayed to watch Alice and Milton. She was holding Alice in her arms, rocking her back and forth. Looking down at Alice and over at Milton, she seemed to be thinking about something. Milton didn't like the look on her face. I remember when you were this age, Milton, she said fondly. I miss having a baby around the house to take care of. Mom. You promised me I could turn 7 on my birthday. Oh, come on, Milton. If you turned 5 you would be the same age as Frankie and both of you could go to preschool together. Mom, I want to go to 2nd grade, not preschool. You promised Mommy. I don't want to be a baby again. 5-year-olds are not babies, Milton. Frankie is wearing a baby diaper. He's a baby. Well, he has accidents when he can't get to the bathroom quickly. Like on shopping trips or long car rides. He usually wears big boy underwear like you. He was put in a diaper today because he still has accidents when he gets really excited. He is a big boy like you. You occasionally have accidents too. Milton turned red when she said this. He did occasionally have accidents, but fortunately he never had to wear diapers. Just then Frankie came running downstairs, all excited. Mommy let me go potty on the big boy potty. He was so proud of himself for using the toilet. Milton knew his friend was gone forever. Milton's mom congratulated Frankie, and then looked up to Milton. Milton, why don't you go in and try to go potty too, before you have an accident? Milton knew the tone in her voice. He almost never had accidents, but he had better go try to go potty now or he would be in trouble. As he headed toward the bathroom, he could hear his mom talking about his potty training back when he was 3 years old. Milton wondered how many years ago that was and if he would ever have to go through potty training again. He could remember getting younger twice, but wasn't sure if it had happened more than that. A week before Melissa's 6th birthday, where Lily was of course invited. Her mom asked mine if I had time on Saturday to help her with watching the kids. It was a sleepover party with 6 girls and I would have to stay there overnight too, but of course she also will pay me for it. I was not there when she made the offer, but my mom told her that this would probably not be a good idea. She blabbed out my nightly problem and about my loneliness and that I never had a sleepover and I might not have enough experience to be good babysitter. I didn't was offended when she later confessed me what she had told about me. It was just the truth. Melissa's mom felt very sorry for me when she heard that. The next day she called my mom again and came up with an idea. Even if I wouldn't be a good help for her, but maybe I can appear as a guest if I want to. She knew from 2 others of Melissa's guests that they were also bedwetters, but they had already sleepovers with Melissa and it was never been a problem. Mom promised to at least tell me the offer. When she did that the same evening, I felt of course very offended. Just because I was a bedwetter didn't mean I was like a little girl and would get along great with them, were my thoughts. That night I couldn't really sleep well. I was pondering all the time about this offer. Maybe it wasn't that bad. I always had wished for having a sleepover like everyone else, and when 2 little girls don't mind wetting the bed, why should I then? I also knew Melissa a bit from her visits and she always seemed to be very nice, and maybe the other girls would be nice too. I always had wished for friends, and meanwhile by being so alone almost all my life, why should I be picky about what age my friends have? My pretty much one and only social contact I was used to have was my little sister, and I sometimes still played dolls or other little girl games with her, so maybe I should finally admit and accept that I'm far behind in my development and kinda retarded. The next day in school I could barely follow the classes, and also later at home I didn't spoke much to anyone in my family. I was still away with my thoughts. The day after though, I carefully asked Lily what she would think about if I would go with her to Lily's birthday. Lily was thrilled by that idea. Sure, she was still too little to understand that her adored big sis she looked up to was for real just a loser. But I was glad, and it was a good feeling to know there is still someone who don't judge you. So that evening I told my mom that I have thought more about the offer and was willing to take it. Mom also seemed to be very happy about. I am sure she was often very sad because of me, even she would never say or admit that. But it was clearly that I am not that kind of a child any parent had ever wished for, anyway. The following days until the birthday I still felt pretty unsure and nervous about. Although it was just a little girl's birthday party, it was still the first invitation to a birthday party, outside the family, in years. Mom said it would have been okay just to bring the present they already had bought for Melissa, some Monster High doll accessories. I though wanted to show my sympathy and with my own money I bought her the matching Monster High doll. When finally the day came, Lily had to wear her best dress to look pretty, but to me she said it would be okay to wear my casual clothes. But I didn't want to look casual. It was a so special day for me, so I also took my Sunday dress. Maybe compared to others my age I might have looked ridiculous, like a oversized first grader at her first day in school. At least Lily liked it too. At 4 p.m. Mom brought us to Melissa. She also stayed there for short. Melissa was so happy when we came and what we got for her, and especially happy about my present. Her mom welcomed me with a warm smile as well. We went to Melissa's room where most of the other guests already had waited for us. Melissa seemed to be very glad and maybe even a bit proud to introduce me as her new, cool older friend, which made me blush. I was shy at the first and I think the other guests were a bit curious about me, but soon we were all used to each other and we played along great. Besides my size, I think, it wasn't much conspicuously that I was more as twice as old as the others. We was totally lost in our funny activities, but when one of the girls stood up and said she had to go to the toilet I suddenly also felt a strong urge and squirmed a bit when I felt a bit had already dripped into my panties. As soon as she came back I also stood up to go to the bathroom. On my way I met Melissa's mom and she asked me how I like it here. I was already fidgeting a lot but said that it's great here and thanked her a lot, that she invited me but also excused me that I needed to go. She said it's okay and that I should hurry, but when I'm done she wanted me for short talk, if I don't mind. I answered yes, but then indeed hurried to the toilet. After I had relieved myself, Melissa's mom had awaited me. She told me how glad she was, that I liked it here, and smiled. She also sends me greetings from my mom, who already left but didn't want to disturb us, so she didn't said it personally, but she before had told Melissa's mom about her worries. If I would have so much fun here, I might get too distracted to notice urgent things. I knew what she wanted to tell me, and I blushed beet red and nodded shy. She comforted me. "It's okay dear, no need to be ashamed, it already happened a little, am I right?" I started to sob and looked at her sheepishly. Without saying any more words, she dragged me back to the bathroom and closed the door behind us. From her back she now revealed the bag my mom gave her before. "Your mom said I should ask you if you maybe want to wear one of these." She pulled out one of my goodnights to feel a bit more secure. "But Mrs. Messner," I whimpered. "Sure, it's okay, it's just an offer. If you don't want, you don't have to, okay?" I nodded, oh, okay, maybe it's really better," I admit, whiny. Fine, and remember, no one has to know." She smiled and winked at me, which let me also smile a bit again. So I pulled down my tights and panties in front of her, but at least I still had my dress on. Unfortunately, my tights were orange and the wet spot was also clearly visible on them. Mrs. Messner took them and reassured me and said she will dry this tiny little mishap. While I was putting on my goodnights, she humidified the peed part of my tights with water and then dried it up with a hair blower and gave it back to me. I put them on, now over my goodnights, and then I could go back to the others, but not before to gave her a big thankful hug. Back in Melissa's room we peacefully played on, and I never felt so accepted before. First I was really worried one of the other could notice my goodnights, but soon I even forgot I already had them on already. Then Mandy, one of the girls, had an idea. She had a new Monster High magazine in her backpack, and because I was so big, she asked me if I could read them a spooky story out. They all loved the idea. I felt so proud and it felt so good to be needed. So Mandy gets her backpack to open it. On the top laid a goodnight, but neither she or the others seemed to pay much attention to them when she put them aside to rummage for the magazine. So I started to read it out to my attentive audience. Right after I finished, Mrs. Messner called us for dinner. We ate chicken wings with fries and it was delicious, nothing special but fine. While we ate, Mrs. Myers asked us if we want to watch a movie in the living room before we go to sleep, and of course we all agreed. Melissa's mom said okay, but before the movie we should get us ready for bed. They all ran back to Melissa's room to get their backs, all, except me, because Mrs. Messner still had mine. When I asked her to give it to me, she asked me back if I need a new, which made me blush again. I tried to make excuses that we were so much in our game when a little spurt already had escaped, and that the girls then asked me if I can read something to them, and that I wanted to tell before dinner but didn't dared me an. Shush, Mrs. Messner said and told me that everything is fine and I don't have to explain, everything is fine and nothing bad had happened. She gave me my bag and a plastic bag and said I could dress me in the bathroom and just have to put the old one into the plastic bag before putting it to the trash. So I went there and closed the door. I was almost finished when suddenly a loud knocking came from the other side and I heard Marissa whimper in desperation, Please hurry, I don't wanna have an accident in my panties." At once I went to the door and opened. As quick as her little feet could take, she ran to the toilet, but, gasped, my used goodnights still laid on the lid. Marissa didn't have the time to think, she just shoved them away, opened the lid and let out a huge sigh in relief. Quickly I closed the door. Now that Marissa was more relaxed again, she now saw what she just pushed away. "Is this yours?" she asked me. "It's over," I thought and went pale. I have ruined everything. Now not even little girls will ever respect me. I always be just a lose without any friends. Almost in tears I stammered, "Why, yes." To my big surprise she just shrugged and gave me a smile. Well, that's okay, my big sis has the same, she need to wear them at night and when we do long road trips, she explained me, and it's okay, if you don't wanna I won't tell the others, pinky promise. Why, you didn't find it weird a big girl like me still had those? Marissa pondered a bit, but then she just replied, no. Why? My sis Jessica is 12 and I am sure she will need them for a while too. Almost every day she wakes up wet. Wow, I thought to myself, what a luck. Then I realized what she just said. There were another girl almost my age who still wets, too. Then Marissa brought me out of my thoughts. Come, we should go. Not that the others start to watch the movie without us. I was wearing a long nightgown, so the others couldn't see my goodnights, but while we were watching I saw under Mandy's and Alex's pajamas bottoms clearly their goodnights. But who cares? They didn't mind, why should I do? We watched Frozen, but I was with my thoughts far away again, mostly about that I maybe was the best decision in my life to go to this birthday party. Thanks Mom for being so indiscreet, wink. At that night and the following morning nobody, except my sister, Mrs. Messner, and Marissa knew I was padded, but, well, who knows? If they really became my friends I maybe tell them one day, hee hee. Mommy's gift. It was Memorial Day, 1954. But Billy looked unhappy. Heck of a way to have to spend a day out of school, he thought. It seemed he couldn't really do anything that was fun. His mom made him take a bath and put on a clean shirt and school pants. Then she combed his hair and gave him a stern warning. Now you can go outside, but you better not get dirty, young man, or you won't be playing outside for a week. And be careful with your shoes, too. Keep them nice and shiny till Aunt Terry leaves. Absolutely no running. She was always doing this. Every time any company came he had to stay clean and wear school clothes. He couldn't even wear his sneakers. But, gee. This was Memorial Day. His father wanted to take him fishing, but after the phone call from his aunt the other day, his mother told him he had to stay home. What lousy luck. He poked at the ground with a stick as he sat on the cellar bulkhead. Mac, his border collie, sat and looked up at him quizzically, wondering why they weren't running down the path in the woodlot to the camp Billy and his pals had built. Inside the house his mother was taking a pan of brownies out of the oven. It would be nice having her sister visit today. Actually they saw each other fairly often, but she had expected to be alone today since her husband was going fishing with a pal and had offered to take Billy with him. But when her sister had called to tell her she was coming over with a little present for her birthday, she said that it was important that Billy be there. She said she had something for him, too, but not to tell him that. It was a surprise. She and her sister exchanged birthday presents. But other than that, and a present from her husband, Jim, she didn't make a big deal out of her birthday anymore. No parties or presents from her other relatives. It just came and went like any other day. Still, it was sweet of Terry to be coming over and showing that she remembered her birthday with some little present. Susan began lifting the brownies out of the pan with a spatula and stacking them on a glass plate. Just about 10 o'clock that morning, Aunt Terry's Bic pulled into the driveway, and Mac recognized the sound of her car and ran over to it, his tail wagging rapidly. Billy looked up when he heard it and stood up. He began walking over towards it slowly. His aunt got out and straightened out her dress, brushing at her skirts which poofed out nicely from the petticoats under it. Then she opened the door to the back seat and took out a large, sort of flat package with a big ribbon and bow on it. "Hi, Billy," she called to him with a big smile. She began to walk to the back door and he headed towards it, too. Might as well get it over with, he thought. "Hello, Aunt Terry," he answered. "My. You look very nice today, Billy," she said as they walked to the door. "Yeah, Mom always makes me get cleaned up when you come over," he said. "Well," she said, "boys do look nicer when they're clean, Billy." She smiled at him lovingly and they went in the back door to the kitchen. Billy stood there as his mother and aunt kissed each other's cheeks and made hellos and began to walk slowly into the parlor. Smells like brownies, said Aunt Terry. Yes, said Susan, and I just put on a pot of coffee. It'll be ready in a few minutes. Let's sit down on the couch. Billy followed along slowly, wondering how long she was going to stay. Maybe she'd only be here a little while and he could change into his jeans, t-shirt, and sneakers and then do something that was fun. More fun than this anyway. He sat down in a big overstuffed chair, his feet not quite reaching the floor. His 10th birthday had been only 2 months ago, and his father had given him a new fishing rod and reel. So far he had only used it twice. He wondered if Dad had already caught some trout today. This was going to be a crummy day for him. It had that feeling about it. His mother and aunt chatted away about some wedding that they had gone to the other day while he was in school. Women and girls always talk about such boring stuff, he thought. He wished he could at least watch some television, but he knew his mother and aunt wanted to talk. The two women, both rather pretty and just a couple of years apart in age, were in their mid to late 30s. They sat with their legs crossed, white petticoats peeking from under their dresses. Some holiday, he thought. What a waste. Finally his mother told him he could go back outside, but again warned him about not getting dirty. He almost ran out of the house and found Mac waiting for him at the back porch steps, tail wagging expectantly. Susan, don't get too excited by the size of the box, said Terry. It was a closeout sale at Schachter's department store. I really didn't pay all that much for it. Happy birthday, sis. She leaned over and gave her sister a little peck on the cheek. Oh, Terry. You shouldn't be doing this. Actually, she was somewhat excited and dying to find out what her sister had brought her. She untied the fancy bow and ribbon and slid the box out of the gift wrapping paper. Taking off the top of it, she could see 2 layers of tissue paper wrapped over a couple of items. She unwrapped the paper from the top one and lifted a pretty yellow dress out of the box. Oh, Terry. It's gorgeous. She stood up, holding the dress against herself, admiring the ruffles, big flounce, and lace trim. Terry, I can wear this when Jim and I go out to eat next week. And to church, too. It's very nice. Thanks so much. She gave her sister a kiss on the cheek and looked back at the dress, her eyes shining. There's something else in the box, too, Susan, said Terry. Yes, I thought there was. Let me see. She unwrapped the second item and held up a dress that was the same as the first one, but it was for a young girl. What is, she began, puzzled. It was a mother and daughter set, explained Terry. I had to buy both to get the one I wanted for you. At first I thought maybe you could give it to Mary Furland across the street for her little girl. Oh. Yes, said Susan. She'd love it. Sue, when I was buying it, I started thinking about doing something else with it, said Terry. It would be something fun to do today instead of just sitting here talking ourselves out and getting fat on your brownies. She laughed good-naturedly, and wondered what her sister would think of what she was about to say. Well, I'm all for fun, replied Susan. What is it? Sis, began Terry, you know how you always hoped you'd have a little girl. It must be a disappointment for you to have your only child be a boy. Oh, well, said Susan with a sigh, I know I'll never get everything I want in life. Well, maybe just for this afternoon, you could have your daughter, said Terry. I bought a set that had the size dress in it that would fit Billy. Let's dress him up for today. I think it would be so much fun. And we could take a few pictures of you and your daughter to keep in your family album. Put Billy in a dress, said Susan, laughing a little. He'd start World War III if I even mentioned the idea of it. It was just like Terry to want to do something mischievous like this, she thought, still smiling at her. Oh, come on, Sue. We can make him do it, and it'll be so much fun. We can bribe him with something. Tell him we'll take him to the movies or something. I bet he'd really look cute, too. Susan thought about the idea. It would be lots of fun, and something she'd remember. Having a daughter for a day. Her own little girl. Well, I don't want to embarrass him. But. Good, said Terry, not waiting for her to finish. Call him back in and get him to wait here a minute. I have another package out in my car. I'll only be a minute. She got up and went out the back door. Susan thought about what Billy would look like dressed as a girl. A smile appeared on her face and she went to the back door and called Billy. Leave it to Terry to think of something like this, she thought. Still, it probably would be a lot of fun. Billy was looking in Mac's ears for ticks. It was a noble duty all the boys did for their canine pals. His mom thought it was gross and probably involved exposure to all sorts of germs. Finished, he gave Mac's head a friendly rough rub. Mac shook his head and ears vigorously, smiling at him like some dogs can. Then he heard his mother calling him. He inwardly groaned and got to his feet and went towards the back door to see what she wanted. Come back inside, honey, she said to him from the top porch step. There's something we have to do. Now what, he wondered. He was about to find out, never expecting that he would become the center of attraction. You mean put on a dress? He could hardly believe his ears. Oh, come on, Mom. I don't want to do anything like that. That's crazy. I won't do it. Oh, yes you will, said his mother. Besides, we'll make it worth your while. What do YA mean? He asked, standing in front of the two grinning women. We'll take you to the movies afterwards, Billy, said Aunt Terry. What's playing? He asked, thinking maybe there was a good space monster movie in town. It's a double feature, honey, said Aunt Terry. The first one is The Enchanted Cottage. What's enchanted mean? He asked. Well, sort of like haunted, dear, she replied. Oh, he said, thinking it might have some ghosts in it. And what's the second movie? Drums Along the Mohawk, said his mother. It's an Indian movie. Both of them are older movies that you probably missed. Really? I'll do something else, for you, too, Billy, said his mother. What? He asked. I'll buy you that Swiss Army knife you've been pestering me about. Wow. Wait till the other guys saw him with it. He tried not to let them see. It was so important to him. Well, I guess so, Mom, he said finally. But what do I have to do? Oh, nothing much, sweetheart, said his mother. Just let us dress you up nice and pretty and have Aunt Terry take a few pictures of you and Mommy together. Pictures? He asked. Yes, honey, answered his mother. I always wanted a little girl, and for this afternoon you can be Mommy's daughter. Won't that be nice? And Mommy can keep a few secret pictures to remember the little girl she had one afternoon. Are you sure you'll keep them secret? Asked Billy. Oh, yes, Billy, she replied, her fingers crossed behind her back. No one will see them except you and me and Aunt Terry. Let's go into Mommy's room and get started, said Aunt Terry, getting up from the couch. His mother leaned forward, hugging him and kissing his cheek. Thank you, sweetheart. You'll make Mommy very happy. Still sounds silly to me, said Billy as he accompanied the two women towards his mother's bedroom. The contents of the second large package his aunt had taken from the car were lying on the bed, a whole bunch of girly things right next to a yellow dress. But first he was told to take off all his clothes. He did, but was at that age where he was starting to feel kinda funny being naked in front of ladies. His aunt held some panties open for him to step into. They were shiny pink with white lace around the leg openings and across the back of them. Ah! Then his mother stepped close and patted him all over with some pretty-smelling powder. It made him sneeze once and his mom apologized. What do you think, Susan? Asked Terry. Camisole and petticoat or a bouffant slip? Oh, they're both darling, replied his mother. But I think the slip really is sweet. I love the lace and bow on the bodice of it, and the ribbon bands and bow above the lace hem, too. It looks yummy. Yummy, thought Billy disgustedly. He began to have second thoughts about this whole thing. Then he thought of the Swiss Army knife and, sighing, continued to let them dress him. He looked down at his chest and where his legs usually were. There were shiny shoulder straps trimmed with lace, and there was more lace and a little shiny bow on the top of it. The skirt of it went down to the top of his knees, but because of the way it poofed out, he couldn't see his feet. It had 3 layers to it, and the inner layer was surprisingly smooth on his legs. And it was so pretty and girlish it made his stomach feel funny. Susan, Memorial Day usually marks the beginning of summer fashion, so I got him some white Mary Janes, said Terry. Nice, aren't they? Oh, yes, Terry, said his mother enthusiastically. And I love the little lace ruffle on the white socks. She slipped them on his feet as he sat on the edge of her bed, turning the top of them back down so the lace covered his ankles. Then came the shoes. Just his luck. They fit. Stand up, sweetheart, said his aunt. It's time to put your dress on now. Did she have to say, your dress, he thought. He also thought about how both of them had been calling him a sweetheart, honey, and a darling all morning long. Geez. When his mother lifted the dress over his head, she told him to make sure his hands and arms went into the puffed sleeves as she pulled it down. His aunt fixed the dress over the skirt of the slip, brushing away some wrinkles as his mother began buttoning up the back of it. Then she took both ends of a wide white sash attached at the sides of his waist and pulled them tight and tied a big bow at the back of his waist. His mother came around in front of him again, standing next to her sister as both women looked critically at him. Said his mother. We'll have to do something with his hair. How would it be if I gave him a pixie cut? Asked Terry. He's cute enough to get away with short hair. Could you really, Terry? Asked his mother. That would look cute. Sure, said Terry. I did plenty of them when I worked at the salon. I'll leave it long enough on the sides to attach a bow to it, too. A bow in his hair. He was beginning to feel very squirmy in his panties. Mom, you gotta promise you'll let me get a crew cut tomorrow, he said. We'll see, dear, she replied. And sweetheart, call me Mommy for the rest of the afternoon. It sounds nicer, honey. And say Auntie I instead of Aunt, too, dear. Now Mommy's going to put on her new dress, too. She took off the brown and grey shirtwaist she was wearing and put on the pretty yellow dress, and asked Terry how it looked. Oh, sis, answered Terry. It really looks lovely on you. Susan went over to the far end of the room and looked at herself in the full-length mirror. It was pretty. And Billy's was just as pretty. Then they sat him down in a chair and wrapped a folded bed sheet around him to keep the cut hair off his dress. While his aunt began to cut and shape his hair, his mother pulled a chair closer to him and sat down and began to paint his fingernails red. He began to wonder if the Swiss Army knife was worth all this. Finally both women were finished. His aunt used a hairpin to fix a pretty little yellow bow in his hair on the side of his head. Oh, yes, Terry, said his mother. It matches his dress and looks so darling. Susan, let's put just a little bit of lipstick on him. And a little mascara, too, said his mother. Finally they were done and both women stood in front, looking down at him with big smiles and clasped hands. His mother especially had a dreamy-eyed look of happiness to her expression. Oh, Terry. I never thought he could look like this, said his mother. He looks so cute. I really do have a daughter after all. I knew he'd look cute if we dressed him up, said Terry. And you would have, too, if you had thought about it. He has delicate features. Sweetheart, come here and give Mommy a big hug. She held her arms open to receive him. He got up from the chair and went over to her and she bent forward, embraced him and kissed his cheek. My very own little girl. Oh, darling, you look so nice. She kissed him again, hugging him tight. Boy. Did he feel funny? Really weird. It was a way he had never felt before, and it scared him a little. Then his mother demonstrated the way nice girls sit down, smoothing her dress behind her and out to the sides a little. Both women also began to give him instructions, not swinging his arms when he walked, walking a little slower and taking slightly smaller steps, sitting up nice and straight and with his feet and knees together and his hands in his lap. And they told him to speak in a soft but clear voice, and not to use any slang. And don't you dare go for a pee standing up while you're mommy's little girl, or mommy will have to spank you with the hairbrush. Understand? Yes, mommy, he answered quietly. It had been over a year since she had used the hairbrush on his bottom, but it was still a painfully clear memory. Mommy, he asked, can I see myself in the big mirror now? Let Auntie I put this on you first, dear, said Terry as she fastened a dainty gold chain and tiny pearl bracelet on his left wrist. There. Isn't that pretty, honey? What do you think of your daughter, Susan? Asked Terry with a mischievous smile. Terry, I can hardly believe it, said Billy's mother. He looks so cute. In fact, is actually pretty. Just like the girl I always wanted. I bet if Billy had had a sister, she would have looked just like this. I thought the pixie cut came out well, said Terry. Does a lot for him. Definitely, said Susan. Give me your hand, sweetheart, and we'll look in the mirror together. She took his hand and they walked together and stood in front of the mirror as she moved in back of him and a little to the side, her left hand on his left shoulder and her right resting on his right arm. Now, said Susan, see how nice and pretty mommy and her little girl look together. Isn't it wonderful, darling? She smiled down at him, her face a picture of motherly joy. Holy cow! He really looked like a girl. The lace hem of his slip showed a little below the dress, and the short puffed sleeves had white trim with little pink chenille bows. The little rounded white collar looked so dainty. Some rows of little white ruching went across the bodice. The white sash encircled his waist tightly. But the skirt of the dress poofed out, just like the dresses the girls at school wore. He kept staring at the mirror. Both dresses looked exactly the same. They really did look like mother and daughter. He was really starting to feel very strange. And he was sure he had never felt like this before. Mommy bent forward, putting her cheek against his. Please, honey, smile. You'll look even prettier if you do. She gave him a little tickle in the ribs. He squirmed and giggled, and of course, smiled. Wow. He really did look pretty. Something very strange was trying to become a thought in his mind, and it scared him. He tried not to think about it, or to let the words of it form in his mind. Hey, girls. Turn this way for a moment, said his aunt. They turned towards her and there was a bright flash as she took a quick picture of them together. That began a series of pictures they wanted to take. During the next half hour the two women thought of cute poses for the two of them, and also of Billy alone, wearing white gloves and with a little white purse hanging from his shoulder by a strap. He had a big smile on his face when they took the pictures. Susan took one of Terry sitting on the edge of the bed with Billy sitting next to her and her arm around him. Petticoats peeked out from under both their dresses. There was one picture in particular that they thought was the really darling. It was a profile shot of mother and daughter, with Billy standing on tiptoes and mommy bending down a little. They both had their lips all puckered up like they would just before they kissed, and with their hands raised just a little from the sides of their dresses for balance. Then they did another one of the same pose, only with Billy and mommy actually kissing this time. After the camera flashed, mommy reached around his waist and hugged him tight to her, giving him a big kiss on his cheek. Oh, sweetheart. Thank you so much for being mommy's pretty little girl. Mommy, he said in a soft voice, almost a whisper, I feel funny, mommy. Susan sat down on the edge of the bed and pulled him so he was standing to the side of her legs. What do you mean, honey? She asked. You don't mean you feel sick, do you? She smoothed his hair and let her hand run down his cheek, caressing the little girl that was making her so happy on this day. No, he answered, just funny somehow. Well, why is it funny, sweetheart? Do you mean strange, dear? Yes, he said slowly, that, too. Is there something else you want to tell Mommy? She asked. He nodded his head up and down, unable to speak or look his mother in the eye. It's okay, sweetheart. Don't be afraid. You can tell Mommy. She could see he was troubled over something. Well, he started, not really wanting to say it, it feels. What, sweetheart? She repeated. It's okay. Tell Mommy. He looked down in embarrassment, unable to look her in the eye when he said it. I think I kind of, well, sort of like it, Mommy. Immediately he began to think he shouldn't have told her. You mean you like being dressed up and looking like Mommy's pretty girl? She asked tenderly, holding his hands. Still unable to look at her, he continued looking at the floor and nodded his head. Oh, honey, she said, reaching out and pulling him gently to her. That's wonderful. Don't be embarrassed. It's okay to like pretty things, sweetheart. I always thought you probably had a nice gentle side to you way down deep inside. Let's go stand in front of the mirror again. She took his hand and they walked across the room to the mirror. Meanwhile, Terry, who had heard the conversation as she advanced her film to another frame and put a new flashbulb in, smiled slightly. What he had just said didn't surprise her. She knew some little boys were curious about girls, even to the point of wanting to know what it would be like to get dressed like one. The rest of the day would go a lot easier than she had originally thought. See how pretty our dresses are, dear. Do you like wearing the same dress as Mommy? Asked Susan as she stood in back of him at the mirror again. He nodded his head, a smile on his face. Mommy is so glad you like being her little girl, sweetheart. We'll have lots of fun today. He was smiling again, now that he knew Mommy wasn't upset. And she said that it was okay for him to like pretty things. Just then Mommy bent forward with an arm around both sides of him and lifted up the hem of his dress. And look how nice and pretty your slip is, darling, she said. See all the lace and the big pink bow. Isn't it yummy, sweetheart? Yes, Mommy, he replied. It's pretty and makes a swishy noise when I walk, too. She smiled at him and caressed his cheek. Then she knelt down in front of him and held his shoulders. Would you like to be Mommy's little girl for the rest of the day, sweetheart? It would make Mommy very happy. He giggled at the idea and nodded his head, and his mother hugged him close to her. He couldn't remember his Mommy hugging him so much before. Time for our gloves and purses, girls, said Terry. We don't want to miss the beginning of the movies. You mean I'm going to the movies dressed like this? Asked Billy with alarm. Yes, dear, said his mother. Look in the mirror again, honey. What do you see? A boy or a girl? A girl, he said slowly. But it's a girl that looks like me, too. And that's what everyone else will see, too, dear, said Susan. No one will laugh at you, darling. You're a pretty girl for today. Here, let Mommy help you put your gloves on again. He grinned at the idea that everyone would think he was a girl. And Mommy sure seemed happy. Auntie, I bent down a little to the side of him. Billy, why don't we give you another name for today, a girl's name? Would you like that, dear? Asked Terry. Oh, yes, dear, said Susan. I was going to name you Nancy if you had been a girl when you were born. Do you like that, honey? Yes, Mommy, he answered. There's a pretty girl in my class named Nancy, too. Susan hugged him again. She just couldn't keep her hands off him. He was such a cute little girl. Her little girl. His pretty gloves on, he slipped the strap of his purse over his shoulder and stood next to Mommy. The two women looked down at him, both smiling. Ready to go, sweetheart? Asked Terry. Yes, Auntie, he answered. They all went out and got into the front seat of the Bic, and Billy, now Nancy, was in the middle. dresses and petticoats pushed up against both sides of him. "Maybe I should have got into the back seat, Mommy," he said. "No, dear," said Susan. "Mommy likes you sitting close to her, darling." Mommy's Little Gift Part 2. Terry, seemingly relaxed as she drove the big car, tightened her hands on the steering wheel, but smiled when she heard Susan speak to Billy. She was keeping something to herself, something which she had kept from everyone that knew her. Ever since her divorce, she had been alone in her private life. If only she had had a child when she was married. Boy or girl, it made no difference to her. Either way, she would have had someone else in her life. Someone to relieve the loneliness and be there to receive the motherly love she so desperately wanted to bestow on a child. She had tried to push it out of her mind, but it was such an elemental part of her nature that it was always there, no matter how hard she tried to keep herself occupied. She loved little Billy, almost as much as Susan did. But it might have been a bit unseemly to reveal it. Still, she would give him little presents now and then for no particular reason at all. "Don't make such a fuss about it, Susan," she would say. "Who else do I have to spend my money on? Besides, it wasn't all that expensive." But she would feel so good when she later saw Billy wearing a shirt or sweater that she had given him. It was almost as if he was partly her child, too. She drove on, a smile stretching her lips a little as she thought how cute they had made him look. Slowly, an idea began to form in her mind. But it would be a little while longer before she could put it into action, a little less than a month. The streets weren't very busy downtown. There had been a parade in the morning, but the spectators had long since gone their ways to cookouts, visiting relatives, or simply to relax at home for the holiday. But they still had to park almost a block away from the theater. Susan turned to Billy before they got out of the car. "Now, sweetheart, I suppose you're nervous about having to walk a little way to the theater. But remember, dear, the best way to make everyone think you're really a nice little girl is to walk the way Mommy and Aunt Terry have been telling you. And try to keep a nice expression on your face. A little smile is all you need, Nancy, and you'll fool everyone. Understand, darling?" "Yes, Mommy," replied Billy, but he still felt nervous about walking down the street dressed as a girl. When they got out of the car, the two women gave their dresses a ruffling shake to fluff them back up after sitting so crowded together. "Shake your skirts and then smooth them out like Mommy's doing, honey," said his mother. He began to shake the skirt of his dress like she had done. "That's right, darling. That's the way ladies keep their dresses looking nice and pretty." Susan touched his cheek as he smoothed out his skirts. Then she took her daughter's hand and the three of them began walking down the sidewalk towards the theater. The few people they encountered barely gave Billy a second glance, and he began to feel a little relaxed. "I guess Mommy is right," he thought, and smiled a little more. His dress pressed up against his mommy's as they walked close together, making a nice whispering, rustling sound. He liked feeling so girly. His dress and pretty slip felt nice on him, and his pretty dress looked just like Mommy's, too. Auntie stepped up to the ticket lady in the little iron-grilled booth and said, "2 adults and 1 for my little niece, please." The older woman selling the tickets smiled pleasantly down at Billy and gave Auntie the tickets. "Enjoy the show," she said. Only a quarter of the seats were filled, so they had no trouble finding themselves some seats with plenty of empty ones around them. "Now remember to smooth your dress behind you when you sit down, honey," said Mommy in a soft voice as she leaned towards him. He did as she reminded him to, and even in the dim light he could see Mommy smile at him. "That's a good girl," she said, beaming at him. Once again he found himself in the middle between his Mommy and Auntie. He made a big smile and felt really nice, but sort of squirmy in his panties, his lace panties, he thought. This was fun. Mommy put her arm around his shoulders and bent her head to whisper in his ear. "Sweetheart, we kind of fibbed a little bit to you. The first movie isn't really a story about a haunted cottage. Enchanted means the cottage is sort of magical, or maybe has a special spell on it. It's not a scary movie, honey. But the second movie is about Indians. You'll like that one. But I'm sorry we fibbed about the first one, Nancy. That's okay, Mommy, he replied. I'll watch it anyway. Susan leaned closer and gave him a little kiss on the cheek. What a good girl you are for Mommy, she said. He looked up at her with a big smile on his face. The first movie came on and he tried to watch it and follow it. But it was a big people type of movie about love, and after a while he didn't pay much attention to it, but looked at his dress in the darkened theater. It was such a surprise to find out that wearing a dress and slip felt so nice. He wondered if this would be the only time he'd wear one. It sure wasn't something he'd wear when he went fishing. Then he began to wonder what Dad would think about him wearing a dress. He hoped Mommy wouldn't tell him. He thought of the other Nancy, the one he knew in school. She always wore really pretty dresses and had a nice long ponytail. Did her dresses make her feel like he did now? No wonder she was always smiling and happy. He never knew before that girls could be so happy just because of their pretty clothes. It was as if someone had been keeping a big secret from him. After a while he tapped Mommy's arm. She looked down him and said, "What is it, honey?" "Mommy, I have to go to the bathroom," he whispered to her. She smiled a little and said, "That's okay, sweetheart. Mommy will go with you to the ladies' room." He was glad she was going with him. He knew he wouldn't be able to walk into a men's room looking like a girl. But he had never been in a ladies' room before, and he would have been a little scared going to one for the first time by himself. Mommy held his hand as they walked up the aisle. As they approached the entrance to the ladies' room, she bent down and whispered into his ear, "Don't forget what Mommy told you about not standing up to pee, Nancy. Just pull your panties down and lift up the back of your dress and slip, dear, and sit down. When you finish, just pull your panties back up and straighten out your slip and dress." "Yes, Mommy," he replied. He felt excited about going into the ladies' room. Once they were inside the restroom, he went to an empty stall and entered it, closing the door behind him. He did as Mommy had told him to do, and soon he was leaving the stall and Mommy stood there waiting for him with a smile on her face. "Let's wash our hands, dear," she said. Another girl about his age was at the vanity washing her hands at one of the sinks. She looked at him in the mirror, but only for a second or two. Then she dried her hands and left. She thought I was a girl, he thought to himself. It was as if he had passed a little test, and it made him feel nice to know a real girl thought he was one, too. Back in their seats again, he began to wonder what other things they might be doing after the movies. Probably they would just go back home, and maybe Auntie would take more pictures. But he knew Mommy wanted him to be her little girl for the rest of the day, so maybe they had something else in mind, too. He wondered why he liked being dressed as a girl. It puzzled him, but he couldn't think of any reason. It just made him feel so nice to look like a girl, Mommy's girl. The first movie ended, and both women dabbed at their eyes with handkerchiefs. "Oh, that was such a beautiful story," said Terry. "But so sad in parts." "Yes," said Susan. "And Robert Young is so considerate and handsome." She looked down at Nancy. "Well, sweetheart, in a few minutes after the intermission is over, the Indian picture will be starting. I hope you'll like it, dear." "Mommy, could I go get some candy before it starts?" he asked. "Of course, sweetheart," she replied. "Open your purse, dear, and Mommy will give you some money for it. Do you want Mommy to go with you?" "No," he answered, "I think I can do it alone, Mommy." She smiled down at her little girl. Little girls were all the same, she thought. They can't wait to grow up and be young ladies. There were a lot of kids at the candy and popcorn counter. If he hadn't become Mommy's nice girl for the day, he would have pushed his way through ahead of some of the smaller kids. But today he just stood quietly waiting his turn like a nice girl. Eventually, he bought a Hershey bar and a small box of Juju Chews and went back down the aisle to his seat, his little secret making him smile. "Everything okay, darling?" said Mommy, smiling at him. "Yes, Mommy. Everyone thinks I'm a girl now, Mommy," he replied. "You are, sweetheart. You're Mommy's precious little girl today. Isn't it nice, honey?" She put her arm around his shoulders. "Oh, yes, Mommy. I never knew being a girl could be so nice and so much fun, too." Then Mommy leaned down towards him and said some words that were pure magic to him. "If you want to, sweetheart, maybe we can do it again sometime." "Oh, yes, Mommy," he said. "I really like being your little girl. It makes me feel so nice, and I know it makes you happy, too." Susan looked into his eyes, her own eyes beginning to tear up a little. "Oh, yes, dear," she said softly. "You'll never know how happy it makes me." She kissed his cheek and then the top of his head and pulled him as close to her as the armrest would allow. Then the lights dimmed and the second movie began. After the movie was over and they were walking back to Auntie's car, he skipped a couple of times on the sidewalk as he held Mommy's hand. His mother looked down at him with a smile. "Mommy's little princess seems very happy," she said. "Did you like the movie that much?" "The movie? Oh, yes, it was all right, Mommy. I just feel happy." Auntie had been watching the two of them all afternoon. It was obvious how overjoyed Susan was with her little girl. But equally obvious was how much Billy enjoyed being Nancy. In June, she thought. In June. She smiled to herself. After they were settled in the front seat of the car again, Mommy looked at him and said, "Sweetheart, while you were getting your candy at the movies, Auntie and I decided we're not going to go home right away." "Where are we going now, then, Mommy?" he asked. "Well, honey, Mommy is so proud of her pretty little girl she wants to show you off to one of her friends." "It'll be all right, dear. Mrs. Morin is a nice lady, but she's getting old and doesn't get out of her house very much. The only time she sees anyone is when someone visits her. We'll only stop for a few minutes, honey, but it will make her feel so nice to have us pay her a little visit." "Will she be able to tell that I'm really not a girl, Mommy?" he asked. "Oh, sweetheart, Mommy wants to tell her that anyway. She'll be so surprised. And thrilled, too. She loves little girls. And she'll think it's sweet that we dressed you up and that you look so pretty." "All right, darling." "Yes, Mommy," he replied. Since she lived alone and never went anywhere, he thought it would be all right. Mrs. Morin lived out at the edge of town and her house sat back a little way from the road. When Auntie drove into her driveway, they noticed a couple of other cars parked in the back of the house. "Does Mrs. Morin have two cars, Mommy?" asked Nancy. "No, sweetheart. She doesn't drive anymore," said Mommy. "Some other people must be visiting her, too. But that's all right, honey. No one's going to laugh at you, darling." "Are you sure, Mommy?" "Yes, sweetheart," she replied. "Mommy won't let them. But you look so nice and pretty, honey, that no one would want to laugh at you anyway." They got out of the car and, after shaking and smoothing their dresses, walked to the front door. Auntie rang the bell and soon the front door was opened by a pretty lady about Mommy's age. Nancy knew that couldn't be Mrs. Morin. "Irene," said Auntie. "Did you buy a new car?" "Hi, Terry," said the other woman as they leaned towards each other with a little hug. "Yes, I just picked it up the other day." Then Mommy and Irene said hello and hugged each other, and the air was filled with a variety of perfumes and feminine chatter. As they slowly went inside, Irene noticed Nancy for the first time. "Well now. Who's this pretty girl?" she asked. "Mother and daughter dresses." "This is Nancy," said Mommy. "I'll tell you about her inside." "Who else is here?" "I saw two cars in back." Oh, Karen and Stella and Lois are here also, she replied. And Stella's little girl, Josie, is with her, too. They brought Harriet some things from town she wanted. Her arthritis makes walking around shopping pretty painful for her now. It's a shame. She's such a dear. They went into the front parlor and a new round of hellos and hugs took place with the other women. Nancy noticed an older lady sitting in a chair. She didn't get up, but Auntie and Mommy leaned down and kissed her cheek, and Mommy told everyone Nancy's name. He remembered to smile nice. Then a little girl about his own age came into the room. She had on a pretty blue dress and her long blonde hair was tied in a ponytail with a pretty blue bow. She walked over to Nancy who was standing next to Mommy and holding her hand. Hi. I'm Josie, she said. What's your name? Nancy, he replied. I'm doing a puzzle out on the kitchen table, said Josie. Want to see it? You can help me, too. Okay, said Nancy. He let go of Mommy's hand and Josie took his other hand and led him out to the kitchen. A large wooden drawing board was on the kitchen table and the puzzle was on it, almost finished except for a part in the middle of it. It's a picture of a lady sitting in a park a long time ago, said Josie. The cover on the box shows that she has a beautiful big dress on like ladies wore back then. And a pretty bonnet, too. Nancy looked at the puzzle. He thought they could probably finish it soon. But what he was thinking about most was that Josie seemed to think he was a real girl. He was thrilled. She told him to pull another chair over alongside of hers and they could work on it together. He did and they both sat down, smoothing their dresses behind them. But meanwhile he could hear the ladies talking and laughing in the parlor, though he couldn't see them. After a while he heard Mommy's voice. Well, it was really Terry's idea, said Mommy. But I'm so glad she thought of it. I just love the way he looks. And he likes it, too. Oh, Sue, I think it's wonderful how cute he looks, said Irene. He looks like a real girl. Not a boy in a dress. The other ladies made similar comments as the conversation was punctuated with giggles and laughter. Then it grew a little quiet and he heard his mommy calling him, and he began to feel very nervous. My mommy wants me for something, he said to Josie and got up from his chair. That's okay, said the blonde-haired girl. I'll go with you. The two of them walked into the parlor and Nancy walked quickly over to Mommy. He tried to keep a little smile on his face, but wished he was back out in the kitchen. The other ladies were all smiling at him though, so maybe it was going to be all right. Sweetheart, turn around slowly and show the nice ladies your pretty dress, said Mommy. They all think you look very pretty, dear. He did as she told him to, feeling a little relieved that that was all she wanted. As he turned around the ladies all made comments to each other about how nice he looked. Then one lady said, he looks so cute he should wear dresses all the time. They all laughed a little, some of them agreeing with her. But Nancy had noticed that the lady had said he when she referred to him. She knew. They all knew. But they all seemed to think it was all right for him to be a girl. Honey, go over to Mrs. Morin and show her your pretty slip, dear, said Mommy. He obediently went over to the older lady and asked, would you like to see my slip, Mrs. Morin? Yes, dear, said Harriet Morin. She reached over and caressed the side of his face. My. You make such a pretty girl, dear. Do you like looking pretty? He blushed when she said that and nodded his head with a big smile on his face. Mommy says maybe I can be her little girl again sometime. I like it a lot. Oh, it's so nice to hear a boy say that now and then. Let me see your slip, darling, said the older woman, and he lifted the hem of his dress up to his waist. Oh, my. Isn't that a gorgeous petticoat, said Mrs. Morin. Such pretty ribbons and a lovely bow, and all that nice lace. I bet you like it very much. Yes, I do, he answered. It makes me feel pretty wearing it. So do my lacy panties. A long time ago, dear, I had a little boy that liked to look pretty, too, she said. Really, Mrs. Morin, he asked, surprised to find out he wasn't the only boy that liked looking pretty. Yes, dear, she replied. He's all grown up and has a family of his own now. But sometimes he visits me for a few days, and he still likes dressing up and looking pretty when we're together. I like being pretty with my mommy, too, he said. She gave his face another caress. What a sweet child you are. You can go back to your puzzle now, dear. Thank you for letting me visit you, Mrs. Morin. Mommy said you were a very nice lady. You're welcome, dear. She had a wistful look about her eyes as she smiled at him, remembering her son that sometimes had been her little girl. Josie came over and took his hand again and said, "Come on, Nancy. We're almost finished with the puzzle." They walked back into the kitchen, leaving behind the chatter of the ladies as they all watched the pair of them walk out of the room. He wondered if Josie was going to say anything about him not being a real girl. They sat down side by side again at the table. "I wish my mommy would let me wear red nail polish like yours," said Josie. "She always makes me wear pink because she says it goes nice with my blonde hair." "Well, it does look very pretty, Josie," he said. "Do you like being a girl?" she asked. "Yes, I do." "You're not mad at me for being a boy, are you?" "Oh, no," she answered. "I can't see why anyone would want to be a boy. Being a girl must be a lot nicer than being a boy. Boys get so dirty and do all sorts of ucky things. And they're so loud and clumsy, too. I think it's nice you want to be a girl. Now let's finish our puzzle." He felt wonderful. Later, as they were driving home, his auntie looked over at him. "Did you have a good time at Mrs. Morin's house, sweetheart?" she asked. "Oh, yes, auntie," he answered. "She was very nice to me. And Josie and I are friends now, too." His mother and aunt both smiled and looked at each other. It was as if they had discovered gold that afternoon. Well, perhaps not gold, but definitely something precious. On the way home they stopped at a drugstore and Mommy bought a girl's coloring book and a box of crayons for her little daughter. But she kept them out of sight till they got home. For the rest of the day, he colored in the pictures at the kitchen table while his mommy and auntie talked and had coffee. It had nice pictures of little girls dressed up in different costumes and pictures of little kitties and butterflies in it, too. He colored them carefully and then would show mommy and auntie when he finished each one. Finally, after they had a little supper, auntie said she had to be going. She put her gloves back on and picked up her purse. Then she walked over to Nancy. "I'm glad you enjoyed yourself today, honey. And you made your mommy very happy being her little girl. Wasn't it a nice day?" "Oh, yes, auntie," he said. "It's been so much fun being mommy's girl." She leaned down and kissed his cheek. "Maybe we'll see Nancy again, sweetheart." "I hope so, auntie." She smiled and then hugged her sister goodbye. Nancy watched through the window as she drove her car out of the driveway, Mommy leaning over his shoulder as they both waved. Afterwards, Mommy told him to come into the parlor with her and sit down next to her on the couch. They both smoothed their dresses as they sat down. He looked up at Mommy. It seemed like she had been smiling at him all day. "Sweetheart," she began, "Daddy won't be home from the mountains till tomorrow night. When it's time for bed, Mommy has a nice nightie for you to wear tonight. Would you like that, honey?" "Oh, yes, Mommy." "Can I see it now?" "In a minute, dear. But first let Mommy hold her little girl." She reached across with both arms and hugged him to her. And then she looked down into his eyes and kissed the tip of his nose and gave him a little kiss on the lips, too. "Mommy will never forget this day, sweetheart. It's one of the happiest in my life." He put his head against her breast and hugged her around the waist. "It was for me too, Mommy. I hope I can be a girl again soon." Well, honey, we have to be careful that Daddy doesn't find out. He might not like it. But Mommy will dress you up nice and pretty again when she gets a chance. You'll see. It won't be long, darling. That night he wore his pretty nightie to bed, and when he woke up in the morning, Mommy was leaning over him with a smile on her face. Good morning, precious. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and smiled up at her. Can I be your little girl today too, Mommy? I'm afraid it's time to be Billy again, dear, she answered. Uncle Ed and Aunt Rita are coming over sometime today. I don't think we should let them see Nancy, honey. They're kind of set in their ways. But I'll dress you up again as soon as I can, sweetheart. Now let's have some breakfast. You look so cute with that lace collar. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. For the next few weeks Billy was Billy. He and Mac explored a new part of the woodlot, and his pals worked with him to make their camp better, too. When they were finished, some of the other boys wanted to put up a sign saying, "No girls allowed." Billy secretly wondered why they wanted to do that. He thought girls were nice now. On the day after he got out of school for the summer, his aunt was visiting Susan again. They called him into the parlor. He went in to see what they wanted, hoping he wouldn't miss much of the TV program he was watching in the living room. "What do you want, Mom?" he asked. "Sweetheart," said his aunt, "how would you like to spend the summer out in the country at my house? There's a nice brook there with lots of trout in it. And you can swim in my pool, too." "Yes, dear," said his mother. "And that way Mommy and Daddy can go on a trip they want to take, too. Of course we'll take you with us if you want to come." "Billy," said his aunt as she reached out and held his hand, "maybe Nancy would like to stay with me." She gave him a little wink. "I seem to have a lot of new dresses and things that are just her size, dear." Billy blushed and looked down at the floor, but his heart began beating fast. "I bet Nancy would like staying with you, too." "Auntie," he said. "Is that all right, Mommy?" For the next 4 years Billy spent his summers with Auntie, as Nancy. He loved being Nancy all the time, and Auntie taught him so many nice things about being a girl. 6 months before his 13th birthday, Mommy started giving him pills to take with his orange juice in the morning. They told Daddy they were vitamin pills. When his next vacation started, Auntie gave them to him, too. And that was the summer when she taught him to wear a garter belt and nylon stockings. And a training bra, too. "This is the summer you'll start to become a young woman, dear," his auntie had said. "It'll make Mommy so proud of you." He got to wear pretty pumps with 2-inch heels when they went to church on Sundays. He wished the summer would never end. Just before he turned 14, his daddy came home unexpectedly early. His mommy had let him dress up for the afternoon, and when his father saw him that way he went through the roof. "My son dressed like a girl," he yelled. "What in hell is going on here?" No wonder his lost interest in fishing. Nancy began to cry and ran into his room while his mommy tried to calm down Daddy. But it was no use. For the next week they argued over it constantly. It became more and more heated, and one afternoon while they were arguing, Daddy slapped Mommy across the face. After the divorce that followed that incident, Susan sold the house and she and Nancy moved into Auntie's big house out in the country and lived with her. He was hardly ever Billy anymore, and when he did have to dress like a boy he had to wear loose-fitting shirts and sweaters to conceal his growing breasts. When his mother started giving him home schooling instead of sending him to school, he began letting his hair grow long. After a couple of years he had a pretty ponytail, just like the one a little girl named Josie had a long time ago. They were still good friends, but didn't see each other very often. One day, Susan and Terry were sitting outside having a cool drink. Nancy was picking gladiolas from the nearby flower garden, and looked very pretty in her new long sundress, the breeze occasionally lifting the skirt of her dress to reveal an old Victorian petticoat under it with a pretty eyelet lace hem. Mommy had bought it for him at an antique clothing shop. Terry, said Susan, remember one day a few years ago I told you I'd never get all the things I wanted in this life. Oh, yes, replied Terry, smiling. That was the day Billy first became Nancy. Why do you ask? Well, it looks like I was wrong, said Susan as she watched her daughter picking flowers. I have everything now, including a beautiful daughter. Terry smiled at her sister. Well, just in case you're wondering, I have, too. It looks like happiness is here for all of us now, for you, for me, and for Nancy, too. Isn't she turning into such a lovely, graceful young woman? At that moment, Nancy, finished in the garden, was walking towards them, the long-stemmed gladiolas cradled in her left arm, the summer breeze again lifting her dress and petticoat. She was smiling at them. Yes, said Susan. Everything's just the way it should be.